Are we on? Yes, we are on. Good afternoon. Call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Will you please take roll?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Calva.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Okay. Do we have any additions or deletions to the closed session?
Mayor, there are none.
And do we have any public comments on closed session items?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do. We have Mr. Mike Robbins to address the City Council on closed session.
Thank you.
I must say, as we get older, our filters are going to go away, I hate to say. But we're talking about Grandma's House of Hope. Let me paint a picture. Imagine a place where hope lives, where the destitute find shelter and the vulnerable find solace. This place exists. It's called Grandma's House of Hope. An institution dedicated to providing sanctuary for homeless women is being barred from fulfilling its noble mission. The city of Anaheim, in its mistaken wisdom, decided that women, many of whom are escaping the most desperate of circumstances, do not deserve a roof over their heads. Of course, we have some NIMBYs to blame for that too. Grandma's House of Hope wanted to increase its capacity to house 20 women. They have nowhere else to turn. They need a place to heal, to recover and rebuild their lives. In fact, if they'd have increased it to 20 a year ago, that might have been 2 women on the streets, statistically, that wouldn't be here today, that wouldn't have died on the streets, statistically. State of California, through its Department of Housing and Community Development, has made it abundantly clear that the city's actions are not just nasty, but illegal. The Housing Element Law, the Housing Accountability Act, and anti-discrimination statutes are in place for a reason, to prevent this kind of injustice. The NIMBYism has not only exaggerated, but fundamentally misunderstood the nature of the home. The women are not criminals. They're victims of circumstance. They need compassion. They seek stability, not chaos. They require care, not a cold shoulder. Grandma's House of Hope has a track record of successfully transitioning homeless women into permanent housing with 65% success rate. Wish we could do that with all the homeless people. They provide a structured environment with staff available 24/7. Legal framework supports the shelter's expansion. The law mandates equal treatment for transitional housing within residential zones. Anaheim has not done well meeting this requirement, prompting state intervention. Do not let bureaucracy and baseless fears steal from women the chance to reclaim their lives, please. Anaheim has the opportunity to demonstrate that it stands on the side of justice, consideration, and of course, the law. Thank you very much, you guys.
And Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes our in-person comments, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Okay, thank you. So now we go into closed session. Thank you.
So we are going to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Brava.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz. Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
So the first item on our agenda is a workshop on the proposed budget for the fiscal year 24-25. Mr. City Manager, will you please introduce the workshop?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. This afternoon's workshop provides an overview of our city's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-25. We will hear a budget overview along with looks at public safety and community services, 2 of the most important services we provide as a city. This proposed budget upholds funding for all we do for our community. It also includes some incremental new spending to address public safety and homelessness, 2 priorities of this City Council. Like everyone, we are contending with higher costs for just about everything. In our case, we are specifically working with higher labor costs. We are an organization that serves people, and we need people to do what we do for our community. We address structural imbalances through the use of proceeds from our 2021 working capital bonds. The $138 million in bonds were issued to help us through the devastating impacts of the pandemic shutdown. But we were fortunate not to have to draw down on these proceeds at that time. Today, the working capital bonds are servicing our city well. Proceeds are being used to bridge to allow use as a bridge to allow us to maintain Anaheim's high level of service as we transition through a unique period. This situation is temporary. In just a few years, our city will see the retirement of bonds issued in the 1990s for the Anaheim Resort expansion. This will free up more than $140 million in revenue that today goes to debt service. In a sign of the city's strength and depth, later on tonight's agenda is a public hearing on a proposed sale of our share of a parking structure near the convention center. The proposed sale would bring $43 million in proceeds to our general fund. Aside from tonight's budget discussion, it is staff's intent to meet with the office of each district council member and the mayor's office to discuss how these funds would be used, also looking at specific projects in each district as a priority for each member. While cities around us contemplate service cuts or higher taxes, Anaheim has the wherewithal to manage temporary situations without impacting our community. With that, I'll ask Finance Director Moreno to present our budget workshop.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. With me today is our budget team, Deanne Lee, Yvette Ramirez, and Arlene Roa. So as Jim mentioned, we're going to begin with a brief look at the citywide proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget and review the current economic outlook. I'll then present an overview of the proposed general fund budget, and we'll take a look at the general fund 5-year forecast. Then we'll move to a quick overview of the administrative department's proposed budgets before turning it over to our police and fire chiefs and community services director, who will each provide information on their proposed department budgets. At the June 18th budget workshop, we will have presentations from the remaining departments, followed by a public hearing later that night for formal adoption. The city recently adopted a new strategic plan, which was a result of months of community engagement and feedback, extensive employee input, analysis of departments, an overview of community and city demographics, and extensive guidance from the City Council. Strategic Plan Anaheim has 6 multi-year goals. Each goal has an associated set of strategies for success over the life of the strategic plan. Anaheim's goals and strategies have been updated during this process to reflect the city's plans for the next 10 years. The U.S. economy entered 2024 at a good pace and has outperformed expectations. Consumer spending remains strong, inflation has eased, and average hourly earnings are higher, and infrastructure spending is expected to boost growth nationally. While the national economy has been resilient, there are still potential challenges ahead. The political environment is unsteady and interest rates remain high, contributing to a decrease in revenues at the state and local levels. While California has typically grown faster than the U.S. economy, the gap has shrunk, and the state faces several challenges. It has the highest unemployment rate among all states at 5.3% in April 2024. In addition, California's state budget has gone from a $10 billion surplus to a projected $73 billion shortfall in the span of 2 years. A declining population may lead to further reduction in growth, and personal income tax revenues decline for the first time since the Great Recession. On a more positive note, tourism in Orange County has expanded swiftly in recent years due in large to the delivery of new hotel properties and new attractions at the Disneyland Resort. John Wayne Airport utilization soared to a record high in 2023 with 11.7 million passengers. TOT has moderated in recent months, but the budget forecasts steady growth, although they will continue to face various economic challenges. Most U.S. economists believe that the economy is in a good place and will continue to grow in the near future. The proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget includes citywide expenditures totaling $2.3 billion. The general fund budget makes up only 21% of the budget, but we focus most of our attention here because that's where the bulk of our discretionary money comes from, and it's what's used to support core services such as police, fire, parks, and libraries. As the chart shows, the remainder of funds are mainly restricted for a specific purpose, such as our enterprise operations that include electric, water, and sanitation utilities, and are not available for general city services. The budget includes a proposed capital improvement program of $232.7 million. The CIP is a 5-year fiscal planning tool that allocates budget for capital projects to rehabilitate, improve, and/or build new public infrastructure, such as streets, parks, and libraries. Most projects are supported by restricted funding sources, with the exception of the Fire Station 4 remodel that is supported by a capital improvement fund provided by the general fund. Projects are divided into 7 project categories: recreation, parks and libraries, downtown projects and municipal facilities, commercial entertainment venues, electric systems, water systems, wastewater, and transportation improvements. We'll hear about some of the CIP highlights in the department presentations. The CIP is being presented today as a preliminary plan that includes 5 years of projected capital needs. Only the first year will be adopted. Approval of the 5-year plan doesn't guarantee approval of individual projects. As projects move forward through the development process, they'll be brought back to council for final approval and contract award. Until a contract is awarded, projects may change in scope or be reprioritized. The general fund is the main repository of tax revenues and discretionary sources of funding. Our big 3 revenues, TOT, sales and use taxes, and property taxes, make up nearly 80% of the total general fund sources. The largest source of revenue is transient occupancy tax, or TOT, at 42%. Sales and use tax and property taxes make up 17% each, with business license, fees and permits, other revenues, and transfers from other funds making up the remaining revenue. Now we'll go over the outlook for our big 3. The proposed TOT budget for fiscal year 24-25 is approximately $271 million, or 42% of general fund operating sources. Visitors to Anaheim pay a tax of 15% on hotel, motel, and short-term rental stays of 30 days or less. TOT is our largest source of general fund revenue and is driven by visitors to the Anaheim Resort. In fact, the Anaheim Resort generates a net surplus of nearly $160 million after all debt service and resort-related expenses are paid. This represents services to our community that would otherwise need to be funded by taxes on Anaheim residents if they weren't paid by visitors. For the current year, TOT is projected to exceed $256 million. TOT is expected to grow by approximately 5.5% to $271 million in fiscal year 24-25. Since Measure J's revenues will normalize and growth will be reflective of typical increases in occupancy and room rates. TOT is expected to grow moderately in years 2 through 5 of the 5-year forecast, with average increases beginning at 4.5% before leveling out to 3 to 3.5%. We expected TOT to moderate in the last few months. However, April was the first month where we saw a sizable decline year over year. We hope it will be temporary, but if slower or negative continues, it is unlikely that we'll meet our annual projections, which will require a larger growth next year to meet the proposed budget. The proposed sales and use tax budget for fiscal year 24-25 is approximately $108 million, or 17% of the general fund operating sources. Sales and use tax is a tax applied to the sale of tangible personal property. The tax rate in Anaheim is 7.75% of retail sales. The city receives 1 cent of every dollar spent in Anaheim. So for example, on a $40,000 car purchase, $3,100 in sales tax is collected and $400 goes to the city. Taxes are collected by the state and paid to the city quarterly. Anaheim has a diverse and balanced economy. About 30% comes from general retail, and the remaining 70% is almost equally shared among the food, transportation, construction, and business-to-business categories. For the current year, sales tax is projected to be $104 million, which is 3.7% below last year. Sales tax revenues have slowed across all sectors except for food products. Inflation contributes to higher prices, providing residents and visitors less flexibility in how they spend their available income. Also, higher interest rates limit investment within the transportation, construction, and business-to-business sectors. For fiscal year 24-25, sales tax is projected to be $108 million, an increase of 4% from the projected 23-24 revenues. The forecast includes slow growth of 0.5% to 2.5% across most business sectors, with general retail and food products projected to grow more robustly at 7% and 4% respectively. Future year increases of 2.6% to 3.2% per year based on moderate sustained economic growth. The proposed property tax budget for fiscal year 24-25 is approximately $109 million, or 17% of general fund operating sources. All real and tangible personal property in the state is subject to a property tax equal to 1% of the value. The county collects the revenue and distributes it to local taxing entities. Our share is approximately 20%. For example, if a home has an assessed value of $900,000, the 1% basic levy would be $9,000, and the city would receive approximately 20% of that, or $1,800. The balance is shared among other local taxing entities, including the county, schools, and special districts. Property tax revenue is projected to be almost $102 million in the current year, which is a 6.4% higher than the previous year. Supplemental tax revenues and property tax in lieu of VLF are higher than budgeted. While the volume of property sales have slowed with the higher interest rates, property values have remained stable. Fiscal year 24-25 revenues are estimated to be $108.9 million, an increase of 7% or $6.8 million from the current year projection, and based on Anaheim's assessed valuation increasing 7%. Increase in the out years are moderated while tapering to a statutory increase of 2%. Now that we've seen where the revenue comes from, we'll take a look at where the money goes. This pie chart represents general fund uses, which includes expenditures and transfers to other funds. Nearly half of our uses go to keeping us safe, which includes police and fire and is typical of local government. Providing the necessities makes up 6%, ensured quality of life 15%, and the supporting departments make up 7% of general fund uses. The green area represents the direct expenditures of the general fund, and the blue are the transfers to general fund. Here you can see that a small portion of the transfer goes to economic development and other funds, but the majority goes to support debt. The bulk of that debt is for the resort debt, or LPMR, lease payment measurement revenues that are determined by formula. Those amounts equal to specified portion of TOT and then sales and property tax increment on Disney properties. This slice also includes the convention center debt and a small piece for other neighborhood improvements that were done when the convention center expansion bonds were issued and the working capital bonds. Going back to the green portion, this table shows how the expenditures are divided. Police makes up 40% of all expenses, fire roughly half of that at 24%. Community services is around 10%. Housing and community development is 3%, and reflects our ongoing commitment to funding homeless shelters and services. Planning and building is 6%, public works 7%, which maintains their maintenance of efforts to continue receiving Measure M grant funding. And then there is public utilities at less than 1%, which is mainly for streetlights and support of the 311 call center. Finally, we have the administrative and supporting activities, which make up the remaining 9%. Labor expenditures are $340 million, make up nearly 70% of the general fund budget, and include part-time and full-time salaries, overtime, minimum staffing, and all associated benefit costs, including medical, dental, workers' compensation, and retirement. General fund personnel costs are anticipated to increase 5% over the amended budget, primarily due to contractual salary and benefit increases, as well as a few new positions included in the budget. Other operating makes up 29% of the general fund expenditures and totals $145 million, an increase of 2.5% from the amended budget. Increases here are the result of intra-departmental service charges related to information technology support, fleet and facility maintenance, and increases for operations of our homeless shelters. Debt service and capital outlay make up only 2% of general fund expenditures. Funding for most debt is supported by a revenue transfer to from the general fund and paid out of a restricted debt service fund. Recognizing the City Council's priorities, the proposed budget includes additional funding in support of homeless programs, code enforcement, and public safety. Enhancements include a senior administrative analyst to support homeless programs and the Housing and Community Development Department, 2 street maintenance workers and heavy equipment and public works to support the 2 existing HALO teams, 3 firefighters, 3 police record specialists, and finally 3 code enforcement officers to provide enforcement of parking and street vending ordinances. Additional funding may be available for one-time city improvements with a focus on critical deferred maintenance and other district priorities, as noted in Jim's earlier remarks. This slide shows a comparison of the general fund operating sources and uses. The proposed budget has an operating deficit of $42.4 million that continues until year 4. Here's a look at our 5-year forecast. The proposed budget includes revenue assumptions based on what we know today and growth based on economic forecasts from notable universities, professional consultants, and professional staff judgment. It does not contemplate a recession as it's speculative. Proposed operating sources are $607.1 million, including the big three revenue and other revenues. Operating uses of $649.5 million and include salaries and benefits based on labor agreements currently in effect, other operating costs and transfers out to other general funds, to other funds, leaving an operating deficit of $42.4 million. In March 2021, the City Council approved a plan to issue deficit bonds of $138 million to address the structural deficit. The proposed budget relies on the remaining deficit bonds to balance years 1 and 2 of the 5-year forecast. After that time, we'll be using existing reserves to bridge the gap to the repayment of the LPMR bonds, which may pay off in the latter part of fiscal year 27-28 based on current revenue projections and is reflected herein. It is for this very reason we can recommend a budget that relies on reserves rather than temporarily reducing services to the community. The general fund 5-year forecast is based on existing service levels and current revenue projections given what we know today. We monitor revenue and expenditure performance regularly, and we will reevaluate and respond accordingly as new information comes to light. The 5-year forecast does not include any salary adjustments that may be considered for labor contracts that have either expired or due to expire or under negotiation, nor does it include any adjustment that may be considered as a result of the recently conducted classification and compensation study. Our administrative departments include City Council, City Administration, City Attorney, City Clerk, Finance, and Human Resources. The administrative department's proposed budgets are shown here. Together, they make up 8.1% of the citywide budget and 9.1% of the general fund budget. City Council, City Administration, City Attorney, and City Clerk are predominantly funded by the general fund. Their operating budgets are largely unchanged from the prior year, aside from contractual increases in salary and benefits. Finance has a proposed budget of $106 million, and Human Resources has a proposed budget of $57 million. Their general fund budgets are $16 million and $4 million respectively, with the balance comprised of citywide debt service, information services, insurance, and the employee benefits fund. Accordingly, the supporting departments recover approximately 30% of their general fund budget from cost allocation to the enterprise funds. Finally, this is schedule of the council workshop meetings and community outreach events. The proposed budget was made available May 31st and is available on our My City Budget page. I'll pause here to answer any questions you may have before we transition to our other colleagues in public safety and community services. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Ms. Moreno, having sat 3 years in the Budget Commission, I know how much work this is. And I want to thank you personally and that of your staff, that every year your job is really never completed. You run from one budget to another, and it's a tremendous amount of work. And I just want you to know how appreciative, not only myself, but I think we all are. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I've got a wonderful team, so.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, page 20. We could go to page 20, please. This is a proposal for the 25-26 budget, right? This
24-25 budget, but yes, this next year.
next year. So we're adding 3 firefighters. for next year.
Correct.
Okay. That's my only question. The next is a comment that I'm gonna make. California has a huge budget deficit. It's gonna affect consumers regardless of how they figure this out. California has the highest unemployment in the nation. We have a shrinking population all over the state. The highest interest rate is affecting not just the consumer, but the businesses and even construction. A lot of construction companies are having a hard time getting loans, which is gonna affect unemployment even more. The increase of costs for the city gonna increase tremendously. We were losing employees tremendously, and we had to keep up with retain the best employees. So that's increased the cost to the city. Where I'm going with this is that whatever decision we made in the next couple of weeks, we have to be conservative, because this is a conservative budget, and I like it the way it is. If we try to enhance this, we might be betting against what's coming in California. It doesn't look good in California. I want to keep it conservative. I want to be asked not to get in trouble, because we want to increase the budget more than what the economy allows us to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, question for you, and this may be a question for the chief, and if it is, then I'm happy to defer after that presentation. I'm looking also on slide 20. We're adding 2 street maintenance workers for Public Works. You mentioned, Debbie, that we're adding folks to help the existing 2 Halo teams that we currently have. So would this be considered, we're now going to have 2.5 Halo teams, or how would you explain that?
We didn't add more street worker, the Public Works folks, when we added the second Halo team. So this really makes a complete 2 teams.
Got it. And then are we, and Chief, you can just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down, because I know last time we mentioned the Halo teams, that second Halo team we approved from the last budget. You mentioned at some point that we were looking at, they were kind of an overtime basis. Have we filled those positions now? Okay. For the record, he gave me a thumbs up. Thank you, Chief. I think those are all my questions for right here, right now. I know that there's more conversations coming, but I do just want to point out on slide 9, just kind of I've said this before from the dais of the unique position that we're in as a city, where we have $270 million going into our general fund that we get to use for our residents in our neighborhoods that are coming from people who visit our city. So I just wanted to point that out, and I do echo my colleagues. Debbie, appreciate you and your team, and I will defer the rest of my questions to the next presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
As we move forward, and I know that the next few years, we don't have a lot of excess budget, none actually, but as we've adopted this strategic plan, I would like to at least start having a piece of the budget presentation include how we're implementing that general plan, or how we are implementing our priorities, and then planning for the future revenue when the bonds are paid off. So that we can have some direction and some planning in place if we're going to start working on some capital projects or doing things. So just a memo or document that goes along with the budget that kind of addresses the strategic plan and how we're moving forward with that.
And Councilmember, I think to that point, we put an emphasis not only in the staff presentation tonight, but also in introductory remarks from me in the proposed budget that was in writing. We did start off with the strategic plan, and so kind of our entry into that space and recognizing how we align our strategic plan with our budget as a planning kind of
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it. I guess I kind of want to pull highlights from the budget document and say, this is moving this strategy forward and this goal and this goal, just so that we all kind of can focus around those.
You bet. And we're also planning as staff to incorporate strategic planning elements into our staff reports so that as we hit those goals and those priorities, we identify those every meeting.
Okay, great, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much to you and your team. Mr. City Manager, would you like to call up the next presenter?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ask for a report from the Police Chief Armendariz and his team.
Okay, well, good evening, or good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. As your Chief of Police, it's my honor to represent the men and women of our organization and present the proposed Police Department budget for fiscal year 2024-2025. As you know, our mission is to maintain a safe community for people to live, work, and play, and we do this in partnership with the community we serve. This presentation outlines a budget that prioritizes and emphasizes quality service delivery to our diverse and dynamic city, and it continues to support the professional, compassionate, and committed approach to policing that we strive to provide. The department's core priorities is to prevent, reduce, respond to, and investigate crimes to safeguard our community. We're devoutly committed to providing world-class comprehensive public safety service to our residents as well as the millions of visitors to our city by hiring and retaining a well-trained, dedicated, and properly equipped workforce. Every day, we strive to proactively impact crime, enhance community relationships, and maintain a high-performing organization by being collaborative, innovative, and strategic in leveraging technology and evidence-based practices to accomplish our mission. The proposed budget includes 606 full-time employees, 421 sworn personnel, 185 professional staff personnel, which includes 3 additional record specialist positions, as mentioned earlier, which are added this fiscal year. The fiscal year approaching, which is 2025-24, and 63.35 full-time equivalents. The city and this council have prioritized staffing, and we have made great strides in reaching the highest count of sworn personnel in APD's history. The chart on the left shows the police department's operating budget accounts for 9.5% of the citywide budget and 39.8% of the city's general fund budget. The police department's budget totals $219.7 million, of which 89% is general fund. The remaining balance is composed of other general purpose funds, which are generated through our event venues, special events, and reimbursed task force expenses, as well as special revenue funds, such as asset forfeiture, grant funds, and the Urban Area Security Initiative grant, also known as UASI grant. The department's budget is distributed across 5 divisions and includes a 2.2 increase or $4.6 million from fiscal year 2023-2024 amended budget. You may notice there are some reductions within the divisions which are due to a restructuring of the department, including moving units between divisions and reallocating of resources to prioritize areas like schools and community outreach, as well as the removal of one-time funding received in 2024. However, as you can see, it is important to note that overall the department saw a 2.2% increase in fiscal year 24-25. This increase is primarily due to contractual obligations, which is increased salaries and burden, insurance, fleet maintenance and replacement, and information services based connectivity charges. The department's budget also includes the UASI grant, which saw a $7.1 million decrease due to 2 grant fund years ending in fiscal year 2024. The department's operating budget is primarily consumed by personnel costs, representing 82% of the total operating budget. Of the remaining 18% of the budget, of the police department budget, 10% is allocated to intergovernment services or IGS charges, while the remaining 8% is allocated to address our other operational costs such as uniforms, professional services, and safety contracts, as well as mandatory training to comply with legislation requirements and necessary or required equipment procurements, repair, and replacement. Less than 1% of our total funds are allocated to debt services and capital outlay. The Chief of Police and Administrative Division budget totals $39.3 million and is 18% of the department's budget. The Office of the Chief of Police is responsible for all operational and strategic components of the police department and includes a wide variety of responsibilities, including but not limited to the development and implementation of the department's vision and strategic plan, daily operational oversight, budgeting, development of and adherence to policies, investigation of citizen complaints, accreditation, auditing, technology integration and implementation, employee wellness, and representation of the department to the community and to our partners. The Investigation Division budget totals $32.1 million and is 15% of the department's budget. The Investigations Division is responsible for keeping Anaheim safe by conducting thorough follow-up investigations of all crimes and crime suppression. This includes investigating violent crimes, theft offenses, financial crimes, as well as quality of life crimes such as narcotics and vice-related crimes. Employees work to identify and prosecute offenders while collaborating with the community to prevent future crimes. The Operations Division budget totals $77.5 million and is 36% of the department's budget. The Operations Division is the department's largest division and is responsible for 24/7, 365 days of the year response to emergencies, non-emergency calls for service. This includes crimes in progress, threats of public safety, requests for assistance, documenting reporting crimes, and community outreach and crime prevention. The division includes our uniform patrol personnel, police services representatives, as well as our correctional staff dedicated to the safety and operation of our detention facility. The Operations Support Division budget totals $40.9 million and is 19% of the department's budget. The Operations Support Division oversees traffic services, youth services to include Safe Schools program, which includes school resource officers, our Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, or PERT, the Homeless Assessment Liaison Officers, as mentioned earlier, the HALO officers, the Anaheim Resort, District Policing, Special Events, Community Engagement Policing Teams, Crime Prevention, the station's front counter operations, and the Tactical Response Group, or SWAT. Support Services Division budget totals $26.8 million and is 12% of the department's budget. Support Services Division provides administrative assistance to ensure successful operations throughout the department. The division oversees personnel and recruitment, the Emergency Management Detail, Communications Center, Records Bureau, Property and Evidence Detail, Air Support Unit, Drone Program, and the Real-Time Crime Center. The division also oversees the Training Detail, which is responsible for ensuring all department employees receive the necessary training and equipment to perform their work safely and efficiently, as well as adhering to legislative mandated training. Earlier this fiscal year, with the support of this council and City Manager's Office, a second HALO team was established to better serve our community and those affected by housing insecurities. In the summer of 2023, the police department partnered with the Anaheim Union High School District and Placentia Yorba Linda School District to reinstate School Resource Officer program. This program is fully staffed and continues to grow due to the success in providing valuable resources to junior high and high school campuses. The department has restored the Tourist-Oriented Policing Team, or TOPS, which includes officers on bikes, foot patrol, and equestrian patrols in and around our tourist venues. The creation of the department's Real-Time Crime Center is ongoing. The Real-Time Crime Center allows officers responding to calls for service to gain immediate access to information in order to help officers to be better informed, effective, and responsive when handling calls for service and related follow-up. While the RTCC is operating in its infancy stages, it has already assisted patrol and investigations with many calls for service and criminal investigations. I'm excited to report we recently released our department's annual report, which highlights the amazing work and community collaboration our department have engaged in. The department has seen an overall reduction of crime of 6% across the board, with a 2.6% decrease in crimes against persons, a 14% decrease in crimes against property. Although these statistics are promising, and we are grateful to see a reduction of victims of crime, we remain vigilant in our efforts. And the department continues to be committed to focusing on reducing crime, problem solving, and community partnerships. Youth and gang violence is a priority, and we are finalizing a comprehensive strategic plan that focuses on creating relationships, creating opportunities, creating alternatives, and creating safe environments. We are excited for this initiative, which will bring together various departments within the city, as well as our schools, various nonprofits, and our community in order to work together to reduce youth violence and create opportunities for our youth to thrive. This concludes my presentation. I want to thank you for your time and I welcome any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you so much, Chief. I'll start off with Mayor Pro Tem Campos Kurtz and then Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for increasing the proposed budget in the operations side, where clearly it's needed. But I have a couple of questions on the average response time. Your priority for your goal for, the 2023 average response time, priority 1, 6 minutes, 43 seconds. That's an improvement over the year before. But what is the state average for priority 1 response time?
There really is not a state average. It's just basically a policy decision overall. As an example, I think I mentioned in a previous city council, priority 1 calls vary in different cities. Long Beach has a 5-minute response for priority 1 calls. At the time I spoke of this, Sacramento had a 3-minute response to priority 3 calls. So it's just a matter of budgets and staffing, and again, a policy decision at one point of what is reasonable, what is for the community.
As the city manager mentioned just a little bit ago about looking forward when we have the additional funds coming from LPMR, I would encourage you as a department to take a look at really having some aggressive goals in response time. I think our residents would be, and businesses would be well served with better response times, understanding that it would take a lot more officers and both sworn, non-sworn, and other support staff, but do encourage you to take a look at that so that we can be aggressive in that goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, I'm very pleased with the real-time center, crime center. I know that you're working on that. I think what we've seen of it so far in the tours and the explanation that you've offered over the last several months has been very helpful, and I think we're expecting, nothing but up on that. You've mentioned a couple of times in your presentation the Orange County Family Justice Center. They're going to make a presentation this evening here. I know during the pandemic that they lost some staffing. I hope by now that that's been replaced. Can you comment on that?
Sure, thank you for the question. So out of the 421 bodies that we're budgeted for, we have 30 that are in training. So as training officers get out of training, we are replenishing and restoring a lot of our units that we saw a decrease in during the, as you know, it takes a while for us to recoup. As an example, if an officer were to retire today, it would take us a year to bring back someone who is competent enough, and that you have to factor in the 3 to 4 months for the hiring, the training that takes place if it's a new officer, 6 months in the academy, and then 6 months as a field training in the field. So it takes an average of a year to replenish that body.
Well, as you know, I personally, as well as my wife, have been longtime supporters of the Family Justice Center, and we have many unknown great things in Anaheim. That's certainly on that short list of being the best kept secret in the city. And for those residents who are subject to domestic violence, it's a one-stop shop, and I can't say enough for the goodwill and the good works that it does. So good job on that. Thank you.
We're definitely very fortunate to have that in our city and the partners that we have, and there's phenomenal work being done there every day. So thank you, sir.
And there's other cities copying it, but we had the first. Thank you.
Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. So we do have the highest number of officers of all time right now with this council priority, the highest number of police officers ever. But something that the statistic won't show is that we also have right now the highest professionalism in the police department ever. This included something that was part of my campaign, that was an increase in community policing and crime prevention. We are spending more money and time, effort, and having more results than ever before in crime prevention, and we are relating to our community more than ever in this current police department. This current police department also is incorporating technology, drones. 3 years ago, when people asked me, hey, what about those cameras that are in every intersection? I used to say, hey, those are traffic cameras. That's to regulate traffic. Well, no longer. Now they're also being used by police when necessary. This is amazing. In just a couple of years, this happened. And then a creation of a real-time crime center which coordinate those cameras, coordinate what the officer is seeing right there with the cameras, and everything interacts. Well, we can catch the bad guys super fast now compared to just 2 years ago. I just want to say that comparing us to other jurisdictions in relation to response time is kind of not fair, because our city is very large in territory compared to the population. So let's say we compare ourselves to the city of La Palma, 1 square mile. You call 911, the police is going to be there in 30 seconds. But we have to be reasonable for what we compare. So we have a large territory. There's no way we can, it's not fair to compare, let's say that. Sacramento also, for example, is more compact than ours. So, but I'm very, very happy with the police department, and I'm very happy with my colleagues' decision to keep supporting our police. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation and all the detail. I also just wanted to reinforce Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz's request on the response times. So I am interested in what resources you need to reduce response times, if it is a policy decision that this council could make to reduce the current number that we have. And 7 minutes, I think it's 7 minutes for priority one, seems like a long time. And I hear what my colleague is saying. However, you did compare it to cities that are the same size or larger as us. So it would be nice to figure out a way to get that down. I have many residents who get very upset and email me when they're not getting a response from our police department. So if we can look at what that would look like for future reference, I just wanted to support Councilmember Kurtz on that. And then for the Real-Time Crime Center, I'm excited to see that coming up, but I also just want to make sure that there's still an emphasis on police officers that are in patrol and in the community, because for my residents in District 3, it's important that we see our police officers visible. It does make a difference just to see them patrolling the area, and I do want to thank you for that, because it does appear as though lately we do have a lot more police officers patrolling our parks. We have many parks in District 3, which I know that Shawnee can attest to. La Palma Park, Pearson Park, Willow Park, all of those have an increase in illegal activity taking place. So seeing our police officers there is important to me, and I hope that we continue to see that level of enforcement that over the past couple of months I've seen improved. And then I have also seen the police officers on the bikes, which is something that residents in my district have requested. So I just want to thank you for that. And then one question related to the 421 sworn officers. So there are currently 421 sworn officers that are active, or there are still 30 in training?
It's a great question. So we're budgeted 421. We currently have, I haven't looked at the numbers just recently, I believe we have 11 vacancies that we're actively recruiting for. And I do want to pause and really thank our Human Resource Department for the tremendous amount of work they've been helping us with. But we currently have about 12 vacancies for sworn officers that we're actively recruiting for. And in addition to that, we have 30 that are actually in training. They're either in the police academy or they're in the field training program.
So then 421 are the budgeted number, but not active police officers?
That's correct.
Okay. So we will have all of those positions filled by next year?
We hope to, but obviously life happens, and we have retirees that decide to retire, and so it's constantly that challenge. But we're very optimistic with the aggressive recruitment that we're doing, with the collaboration with our Human Resource Department and all their efforts, that we're going to be able to fill as many vacancies as we can sooner than later.
And do you know how many retirees you're expecting in the next year or so?
So I believe at the end of this year, we were looking at somewhere from 15 to 20. We usually average 20 is our average. And again, a lot of it is personal decisions, so people aren't really ready to say when they're going to retire, but we are constantly putting out surveys asking. So the numbers that I'm hearing is somewhere between 15 and 20.
And then I know earlier this year you were conducting a study within your department to see what resources you need. Was that reflected in your budget this year, or will that be something for the prior year?
No, that's a great question, and it kind of goes back to the comment you made earlier, as well as other council members, about whether it's response times or community engagement or more officers. As this council knows, this council approved us to conduct a strategic staffing study, and that study has taken a comprehensive, in-depth assessment, not only interviewing and surveying our community, but our elected officials, our businesses, our partners, and we're excited to see what the results of those are going to be, and that's going to be something that we're going to use to help guide us as we move forward and continue to build out and making sure that we're providing the right resources to our community.
So 2025, 26?
I'm hoping to have that study within the next month, and for us as a department to prioritize what those are. And that report is going to be presented to this council, and I'd like to be able to present an implementation plan based on obviously the restrictions of being fiduciary responsible and understanding that we have an entire city. It's not just a police department, working obviously with the city manager's office and bringing something back comprehensive.
Perfect. And then the last comment I have is just thank you for including the youth and gang reduction initiative, because that's something that you and I have been working pretty closely on with the city manager as well as Councilmember Kurtz. So thank you for including that. In my district, we've seen an increase. I know we've had an increase in gang activity in general across District 3 and 4. So I appreciate you including that in your budget.
And I do want to mention thank you for taking the lead on helping lead those efforts and connecting us with some nonprofits that are going to be key within our community. So we're very excited with the collaboration to come and appreciate the leadership that you provided with that.
Thank you, Chief. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I do echo my colleague on police presence in our community. I think being proactive rather than reactive is definitely something that helps helps everybody. Obviously helps our officers because they get to know the areas a little bit better and the issues that pertain to those specific neighborhoods, but also the community. And they get to know their officers, they get to be able to interact with them, ask them questions, share some concerns, and so building that connection and that bond. So really appreciate that. I also want to give a shout out to your community policing teams for their continued efforts and just being out in the community. Whenever we do events, they're always there to help support neighborhood meetings, anything that allows them to, again, build those connections and make those relationships with our residents. And plus their creativity. I mean, churros with the chief. I'm looking forward to kanafe with a cop, hopefully soon. But I really appreciate just thinking outside the box as to how we can continue to connect with our residents. There are two issues that we've heard recently in District 2 that I kind of wanted to get a little bit more information of. One of them is residents have shared that there's been an increase in some of our neighborhoods for car break-ins, including one neighborhood around Stoddard Park that's in District 2. And so I just wanted to see if we have already in the past or can in the future maybe share additional information as to preventative steps that residents can take. Let me ask that question. Is that something that we can put out there proactively for all residents in the city?
Definitely. As soon as we get done with this, I can circle back with our crime prevention as well as our crime analysts. Our crime analyst unit is the one that really looks at crimes and digests crimes. And then, again, we use words like being strategic and innovative. Those mean something to us. So we want to be able to utilize that information and direct our officers and our resources to where the quote-unquote hotspots are. So it's definitely something we can definitely collaborate on, and prevention, intervention is definitely the priority to really make a significant impact.
So dovetailing off of that, I think we've heard an increased interest from a lot of our residents in District 2 of creating more neighborhood watch programs and groups. And so if that's something that we could also look into, I know that we've, at least in District 2, have started having a little bit more of them, but I think there's a lot of residents that still want to go back to trying to get those going. So is that something that we could also look into?
Definitely.
Thank you. So one of the other issues that we hear a lot, and again, I want to be mindful of time, and I know that it's a multi-departmental approach, but homelessness has been a top issue, especially in District 2, and I know we have a number of different locations and spots, including Chaparral Park, Nutwood Cerritos. There's a number of different areas, and I'm sure my colleagues would be able to share some hotspots as well. But my question is, what is it that we're doing to keep track of the effectiveness of our current approach?
It's a great question. We're very fortunate in a sense that we have a lot of different resources and partners that are dealing with. It's not the homelessness, as we all know. It's the behavior that's often connected to the vagrancies, that activity. From CCRT to the PERT team to our HALO team to our public works partners to our code enforcement to our parks to our county partners such as the outreach and engagement teams. There's a lot of different entities, and it's imperative. We just had several meetings yesterday on this. It's imperative for us to communicate. One of the things that we do is we have, for lack of a better term, operational meetings. So we make it a point for those that are in the field, networking on a weekly basis, sharing information. Where's the hotspots? Who are the individuals that we need to really focus on? Those on the cusp of coming out. Again, we're very fortunate that working with our partners from community services and housing and being able to make those connections from street to shelters to temporary housing to eventually permanent housing. One of the things that's very unique in this city that is spearheaded by the city attorney's office and Jen Contini is the access program. Those individuals that are involved in criminal activity, to be able to work with the courts, the public defender's office, the city attorney's office, social services, and really come up with a plan to be able to say you could either go into the criminal justice system, or if you agree right now to go into a detox or to shelter, we will take care of that and really fast track you into those programs. So that's something that I believe that this council was briefed on just recently, and I'm sure that there's going to be some more publications on that program and how beneficial it is, and it has been making an impact on those what we call habitual offenders or those priority population, those that continue to commit violations that are not getting into services. So there's a huge slew of different resources. The key is the collaboration and sharing of information. So we do have the outreach grid software system that we use that allows our outreach workers to share with our shelters, to share with our officers as far as individuals that are being contacted, what services are being provided, and if they're refusing to, at some point, being able to take them to the courts if the violations continue and share that information of, it's not only just enforcement, these are all the steps that, the times that we've provided services, but they refuse. Now let's take the next step and go into the criminal realm, if that makes sense.
I appreciate that, Chief. And you touched upon 2 points that I want to highlight or ask follow-up questions on real quick. One, obviously, the Access program that you mentioned. Last I heard about that was that it was kind of in a trial pilot phase. Are we now at the point where, at this point, we've rolled it out citywide, or are we still kind of in that pilot phase?
We're still in the pilot phase, but we've actually touched several individuals, and I can't remember what the number is. I think we're over 130 individuals that we've actually been able to, and when I say we, the city attorney's office and their staff have been able to help transition and get off the streets, and those that are frequent flyers, the people that we recently contacted have now minimized, if not eliminated, those calls for service based on those resources.
Thank you, Chief. And I do want to be mindful, obviously, I think one of the top goals is to help those individuals that are unhoused, to get them off the street. Obviously, we know homelessness isn't a crime, and sometimes they refuse services and help, but the overarching goal is to help get them off the street, but also ensure quality of life across our community. And so I appreciate the info on the Access program. Definitely would like to see that expand and help more people out. Is the second point I wanted to make, and Mr. City Manager, I think this may be for you. I brought this up during the meeting where we had our strategic planning. I really would like for us to try to be more proactive, if possible, in working with other agencies, not just departments within our city, but the county, the flood authority, SCE, UP, all these different entities that I'm sure is shared amongst others in other districts, but especially in District 2, where there's these areas that sometimes we have to go through a process to find out whose area it is. Then we have to go through another process once we find out who it is to get that group to acknowledge that it's their area. And then it's another process to schedule a cleanup, and then it's another process to actually get those folks the help that they need. And so I'm not sure if that's something we might be able to look into. I don't know if that's a task force, a group, or something, so that I know we're probably hurting cats, but something that we can do to be more proactive, so that when an issue comes to us in one of those areas, that we know exactly who should be heading that response.
Certainly, and we do have those partnerships to some of the partners that you talked about a moment ago. And so what I can do is I can work with Sandra Lozo to get council a memo that will kind of better describe the partnerships that we currently have, and then certainly look at options of how we can make that partnership more robust.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. And then, Chief, last question. Is there a plan in the future to add more HALO teams, or are we looking at doing something a little bit differently in the future as we continue to try to help out as many people as we can that are unhoused on the street?
That's another great question. Again, it goes back to yes. The answer is yes. We're looking at making sure that we're doing what the community needs. We often get tied up on what we do and how we do it. We often forget why we do it and what our purpose is. And at the end of the day, our purpose is to serve the community. We're public servants. And when it comes to engaging our community, when it comes to being present, that's the foundation for us. So anything we can do to collaborate with our youth, with our residents, with our businesses, with our visitors, with the unsheltered, those are areas where we really want to focus on. It's more than just responding to calls. That's a key priority, but we really want to focus more on the prevention intervention side. I mentioned the biggest thing about the reduction in crime is we're grateful that we have less victims. That's a key. We need to continue to reduce our victimization in our city. and we want to be innovative and strategic in how we do that. Very excited to see what the staffing study does, because all the topics that have been brought up about engagement, homelessness, vagrancy, these are all things that the community has brought up as well, and these are things that we're hoping that are going to be identified in this strategic staffing study and allow us to be comprehensive in how we respond moving forward.
Thank you.
Yep, I don't think we have any other questions, so I will turn it back to the city manager's office.
I'd ask for a staff report from Chief Russell, please, from our Fire and Rescue Department.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Aiken, City Council, and City Manager Vanderpool for this opportunity to present the proposed fiscal 24-25 budget of Anaheim Fire and Rescue. The mission of Anaheim Fire and Rescue is to ensure the safety and welfare of the public we serve through our core services we provide. We suppress fires, respond to medical aids, work to reduce various risks in our community, and prepare our city and staff for community emergencies. Our department is comprised of 5 main divisions, and we'll talk about those in just a moment. The department has been recognized for its excellence by the Insurance Service Office and has earned a Class 1 rating. This rating means lower insurance rates to Anaheim businesses. Let's look at some numbers. We have 352 full-time positions, 236 are sworn fire suppression staff. We have 116 civilian positions, which are 48 ambulance operators, 32 dispatch and support training positions, which are funded by a Metronet and NorthNet JPAs. Our part-time positions include inspectors, dispatchers, support staff, fire cadets, and ambulance operators. For fiscal year 24-25, Fire and Rescue's total proposed budget is approximately $137 million, or 6% of the total city budget. Our general fund budget is $117 million, or 24% of the general fund. The remaining difference of $20 million is comprised out of our JPAs, capital improvement projects, and grants. Fire and Rescue is composed of 5 operating divisions that include fire administration, operations, support services, community risk reduction, and emergency management. The proposed operating budget for our 5 divisions is $118 million. This is an increase of 7.2% from last year, mostly attributed in our operations division due to increased labor costs and increased safety contracts for our ambulance program, which were offset by increased revenues. The rest of the proposed budget is relatively flat in comparison to last year. If approved, Fire and Rescue's proposed budget will provide funding for core services and support the community. Fire and Rescue's proposed budget is broken into 4 categories. More than 70% of our budget is labor. Approximately 20% of operating costs pay for supplies, equipment, and training. The remaining amount is for capital outlay and debt service. Next, I'll show you some detail on our 5 divisions. The Fire Administration Division is proposed of a budget of $4.5 million, or 4% of our operating budget. Fire Administration is responsible for managing activities within the community, maintaining personnel, the budget, grants, and strategic planning. It is also home to our community engagement team, who coordinate the department's social media and public events. Fire and Rescue will introduce new events for the community in fiscal year 24-25, including Anaheim Fire and Rescue Movie Night, pop-up events where community can learn how to prevent wildfires, meet the goats who help with the brush clearance, and learn about becoming a fire-wise community. This fiscal year, Fire Administration Division introduced Emergency Medical Technician, the EMT Scholarship Program through the Anaheim Community Foundation. The EMT Scholarship was awarded to one of our existing fire explorers. The $1,500 award will cover the EMT course, uniforms, and books. We currently have one of our scholarships was issued to an Anaheim resident and a previous fire explorer with our department. The Fire and Rescue Operations Division proposed budget is $100.6 million, or 85% of our operating budget. Fire and Rescue Operations is responsible for firefighting, providing emergency medical services via our department's ambulance program, maintaining readiness for emergencies within our urban search and rescue, hazardous material teams, and truly an all-risk department. Last year, operations responded to over 41,000 calls for service, and 85% were medical related. Next year, operations is requesting 3 new sworn firefighters positions to fill open positions. This fiscal year, some highlights from the EMS and ambulance program. We restarted CPR training classes for the City of Anaheim employees every second Thursday of the month, added a new Sprinter ambulance dedicated to the special medic events within the city, and partnered with the Anaheim Convention Center to assist with their staffing first aid stations with EMTs for the events at the Convention Center. Fire and Rescue Operations Division is supported by 2 JPAs, NorthNet and MetroNet. This fiscal year, NorthNet completed their training facility expansion, adding 21,000 square feet of new training space, including a new gravel pit for technical rescue classes, a new ventilation prop, which is shown in the picture, for vertical ventilation and rooftop training, and the repair and upgrades to the clarifier system. The ventilation prop was designed and constructed by the Carpenters Union, who generously donated their time and personnel. Next year, MetroNet is taking the next steps to deploy the next generation 911, a digital communication technology that will replace the analog 911 infrastructure that has been in place for decades. MetroNet is also exploring the use of artificial intelligence and digital alert technology for handling alarm calls. Artificial intelligence technology will enable MetroNet to receive incident information digitally, freeing up the dispatchers to handle life-saving 911 calls. Digital alert technology will be deployed via wearables or vehicle-based sensors that can provide MetroNet with real-time access to the location, impact speed, number of occupants, whether they were restrained or if airbags were deployed. The Support Services Division's proposed budget is $5.7 million, or 4% of the operating budget. Support Services is responsible for purchasing, maintaining all fire equipment and vehicles, working closely with Public Works to ensure all 11 fire stations are well maintained and our vehicles are in good operational condition. Help oversee capital improvement projects and manage our fire technology projects. Next year, Support Services hopes to start renovation of the 4950 East La Palma building. The 4950 building will serve as a central warehouse for fire and rescue to provide an improved inventory, control and tracking, streamlined distribution and logistics, improved accountability, and much needed indoor apparatus storage. Next fiscal year, Support Services also hopes to start construction of Fire Station 12, a needed resource in the Platinum Triangle area. In preparation for bidding this project next year, Fire and Rescue currently is working with our partners in Public Works to finalize the plans and specifications. Once construction begins, the station should be completed in about 18 months. This project will be funded by development impact fees. The Community Risk Reduction Division has a proposed budget of $6.2 million. Community risk reduction is comprised of life safety, planning development, and hazardous materials. Community risk reduction keeps our residents and visitors safe through the mix of engineering, enforcement, and education activities. Issues fire code permits, provides inspections and plan check services for new construction, and conducts wildfire mitigation inspections. This fiscal year, Community Risk Reduction led various wildfire mitigation efforts to include using the GOATs to clear 113 acres of combustible brush in city-owned open spaces, helped create the first Firewise community in Anaheim Hills. The Firewise program encourages neighbors to work together to reduce wildfire risks through education and collaboration. Next fiscal year, Community Risk Reduction will identify new neighborhoods for the Firewise program with the goal of one day creating Anaheim's very own Fire Safe Council. The Emergency Management and Preparedness Division has a proposed budget of $1 million, or 1% of the operating budget. The Emergency Management Division is responsible for maintaining the Emergency Operations Center, or the EOC, coordinating resources from multiple stakeholders during emergency and afterwards, and during the recovery that follows an emergency. Participating in the city's Homeland Security objectives, ensure compliance with state and federal plans, and provide training to city staff, residents, and business and volunteers. The division also coordinates the Community Emergency Response Team, or the CERT program, and our RACES volunteers who provide Anaheim's amateur radio support during emergencies. This fiscal year, the Emergency Management Division completed the relocation of the Emergency Operations Center. The EOC had previously designed in a different location for over 20 years. The new EOC is fully functionally and ready to activate at a moment's notice. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Chief. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just have a couple of quick questions. On page 18, you mentioned that you have 236 sworn. And does that include the 3 you're getting, or you're going to get another 3?
It would be an additional 3 to those numbers.
Okay, great. And on page 24, just the number jumped out at me. Capital outlay, an increase of 587.5%. What's the change there? The 24,000 to proposed 165,000?
I'm sorry, what page was that on? I was looking through my notes here.
24.
Let me get to it here, sorry. My notes are different.
Oh, there it is. Capital outlay?
Can you ask me the question one more time, ma'am? I'll try and answer it for you, sorry.
It's okay. The capital outlay line, there's an increase of 587.5%. I'm sure there's a good reason. It just jumped out at me. What is the difference there? Last year, or this past fiscal year was 24,000. You proposed is 165,000?
That's a very good question. I'm going to get some help here.
Okay.
Let me clarify that, and I'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Chief, on page 30, it talks about Fire Station 12. Thank you very much. I realize that there's been some delays on that, but it looks like it's coming forward. My Platinum Triangle, as well as District 5 residents, are looking forward to that getting underway as quickly as it is possible. I want to talk just a minute about NorthNet, and that's on page 26. And again, that's one of Anaheim's best-known secrets, I think. They do a great job. They train not only Anaheim and Orange firefighters, but firefighters across the county. And we have a unique facility that has opportunities to do different types of training that are not available at the county level. And not only that, it generally is well in the black. And for municipal facilities, that's not always the case. And Chief, I'd like you to let Tracy know she's doing a good job, okay?
I certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Mayor. So this year we are hiring 3 extra firefighters. A couple of years ago, we had a contract with a for-profit ambulance company. We brought that in-house. Not just we are saving tons of money, we are saving a lot of money, by doing that. But now we have a pipeline of EMTs that go from EMTs to firefighters. That's a blessing. Our own kids are now have the opportunity to be first in line to become a firefighter. That's awesome. And we're saving a lot of money. Do you guys know that in Anaheim, for any residence or any business, for $60 a year? Now, compare that to your car insurance. It's $1,000 a year, right? No, in Anaheim, for $60 a year, you can request the ambulance anytime. Doesn't matter how many times you request it, the ambulance is gonna be there at no extra cost to you. That's incredible. That's amazing. The services are amazing. Also, Chief, I wanna talk about the fire risk reduction team. East Anaheim depend on that. I mean, the fire season, when you're talking East Anaheim, every dollar that we spend in fire prevention in East Anaheim save us thousands upon thousands of dollars and a lot of structure that we save every year with that program. Let's keep that program going because it's very, very important. Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I do want to say that we appreciate everything that you guys do. I was over at Station 2 this weekend very briefly, and the guys were out there training, and just all the work that you guys put in, as well as our PD teams on the, I guess, off the clock in a way that's outside of the public's view, so that we're prepared no matter what emergency, is very much appreciative. I know I highlighted the TOT numbers that go into our general fund previously. Obviously, it's a great opportunity, but it's also a lot of responsibility to ensure that everybody, starting with our residents, all the people that are visiting, that they're safe as well. So I appreciate all the work that you all put in and do. I had a question in terms of slide 25, just with the ambulance program. Can you talk a little bit about how that's structured and what revenues this brings in to your department and the city?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. So how it is structured very quickly is when we brought the ambulance program in-house and staffed it with our EMTs rather than a contract service with Care Ambulance or whatever ambulance was in the process. So the structure of it is they work the same schedule as the firefighters, and they're managed in the fire station, and they respond to the medical aids as part of that. As far as the budget of what we're bringing in, is that what you were asking, sir? So for the fiscal 23-24 budget to now is 17.9 million, and the 23-24 year-to-date revenue, so that's what we thought we're currently at 19.8 million. If we look at that revised projected revenue, we're on track for about 21.6 million, which we originally reported mid-year last year to be at about 20 million. So we're tracking right close to what we thought we would make. So the net out of that is, so the expenses are about 13.9 million. And so our ambulance, as far as the net cost recovery to the city, is about 6.7. And we're looking at now with the new numbers projected, it'll be about 8.3 net revenue.
Thank you, Chief. And then do we also keep track of fire's response time to calls and emergencies, or does that go hand in hand with PD, or is it separate?
It's very similar. There's national standards that we look at and we try and adhere to. NFPA is 5 minutes for your first fire company to be on scene. It's a little bit different because it does factor in a time for what we call the effective fire force. Depending on the incident, there's a different number of firefighters that are supposed to be on scene to do critical tasks. Like a residential structure fire is 17 personnel to advance hose lines, to do ventilation, to do rescue, to do forcible entry. And some things were mandated by OSHA that we can't, like we have to have standby rescue crews for firefighters. That's an OSHA mandate that takes additional staffing. So our system is they do measure and recommend for the first unit on scene, but then they also track that to the total response of what they like, effective fire force. And that changes if it's a commercial building, a high rise, and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Meeks.
Yeah, I actually was just going to build off of the question that Councilmember Leon asked about I think it's basically an enterprise service that we have with our ambulatory. So I just want to thank you for the increase that I know our city manager helped us get more firefighters last year so that we could better staff our ambulatory services. My family has benefited from the quick service and the quality of care that our firefighters and our ambulatory staff are conducting out in the community. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of the fact that we appreciate that. And I just wanted to throw something out there. It would be great. I know we saw something for the Station 12. District 3 is pretty densely populated. It does border District 2. And having a fire station, maybe Fire Station 13, in that area would be something that would be a wish list item at some point. So I just want to make sure that I put that on the radar. I'm not saying I want to put it in the budget now, but I just would love to see that at some point. I think in my district alone, 50,000 residents. How many do you have in yours? 50,000. And I know that the closest one is off of Broadway. I think that's just Fire Station 2 or 3?
Fire Station 1.
1, okay. So just wanted to mention that. That's it.
Thank you. We are researching that.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I think that Churros with the Chief is probably a wonderful event, but meet the goats. Now, there you go. That's going to draw a crowd. That's right. And we've talked a lot about the Know Your Way and evacuations out in East Anaheim. That continues to be a fear that people carry with them. And, you know, I believe strongly that we're going to get everybody out in the event of an emergency. But it's hard for people to overcome kind of the chaos of the last time we had an event like that. So just encourage you to continue to market that. And as you know, I am the person that's out there saying, understand you're not going to get back home. I promise we will get you all out, but you are not going to get home. You're not going to get home for your dog. You're not going to get home for your, you know, whatever, your safety deposit box. You are not going to get home, and it's going to be one way out. And you're always so nice about soft pedaling that. And I'm like, no, you're not going to get home. So encouraging people to have a plan for their children, for their loved ones, for their pets, whatever that is. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And just so you're aware, we do have some more community events out in the District 6 for Know Your Way and evacuations and to be prepared. So thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to thank both chiefs for your robust community outreach programs. I don't think there is an event in Anaheim that any of us go to where your teams are not there and thoughtfully engaging with residents of all ages, from the youngest ones like mine that want the stickers to the oldest ones that have questions about how to get out during tense times. So thank you for all of that. I know I always ask you guys questions when we have new classes about how many of them are from Anaheim and how many of them are women. And I think the best way to grow those numbers is to be out there interacting with our youth, interacting with our teens, and letting them know what an amazing career in public service it is to serve, live and reside and be active in Anaheim. So thank you for all you do with our youth and trying to build wonderful career paths for these kids and letting them know what an amazing option it is to be a public servant in Anaheim. One question I wanted to just ask both of you, because it comes up a lot in our big city mayor conversations, is when we look at the state budget and we look at some of the cuts are being made, are there any concerns in either department that we are going to be losing grants or losing funding that we might have to then look at our general fund for or look at other funding resources for, because we're not going to have those in the next year's state budget?
I have heard some communication with the state budget that they may look at some of the grants that they are giving out for wildfire mitigation and prevention, that they could be cut. No decisions yet. Obviously, anytime you lose money to do stuff with it, it's tight, but our programs will continue to some degree if that money were to be cut out, but I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it has been discussed, as well as CAL FIRE state and federal resources not upstaffing this year.
And for the police department, I think for now, we're actually good. What is concerning, though, is there's the potential cuts with our partners, and that's with mental health and social services. So although it's not a direct impact with the police department, they are vital components when we're talking about homelessness and vagrancy and alternatives. And for our county partners, that's something that is potentially going to be an impact.
Thank you. With no other questions, I will kick it back to the city manager.
I'd ask for staff report from Director Larson Cash, please, for Community Services.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. It is my pleasure to present to you the Community Services budget for 24-25 with highlights from this year combined with initiatives for next year. The Community Services Department is made up of 5 very diverse divisions who serve our residents in a variety of ways. The department consists of golf, libraries, parks and capital development, recreation services, and our human and neighborhood services divisions. The Community Services Department is proposing a budget with 103 full-time employees and 204 full-time equivalent part-time employees. With 103 full-time positions, we depend heavily on part-time staff to carry out our mission. The department's proposed budget is $80 million. This slide shows the various funding sources that support the department budget, mostly made up of the general fund, capital projects funds, and enterprise funds. As shown in the chart, the department's budget makes up 3.5% of the total city budget and 10.1% of the city's general fund budget. The proposed operating budget, inclusive of all funds, is $65.5 million. The budget is allocated to the divisions as shown on the chart. The general fund allocation for the Community Services operating budget is $49.3 million, with the remainder in other non-capital operating funds. The capital improvement budget is $14.6 million and supports all capital projects. As mentioned, the operating budget with all funds together is $65.5 million, of which 46% is personnel cost, 54% is other operating expenses, and less than 1% is capital outlay and debt service. The administration budget is almost $1.2 million. Administration is responsible for the oversight of the department, so we can provide innovative and creative programs, services, and facilities that are designed to meet the diverse needs of our community to improve life in Anaheim. The golf budget of $13.1 million is a fully self-supported enterprise fund. Anaheim has 2 beautiful golf courses with Dad Miller Golf on the west side and Anaheim Hills in the east that serve as community assets. The popularity of golf has continued to be in high demand, and we are expecting another outstanding year. The golf programs include daily golf, tournaments, junior golf programs, golf lessons, driving ranges, pro shops, restaurants, and banquet services. After a full year of conducting the food and beverage operations, we have seen a 33% increase in revenues for golf tournaments. Over 157,000 rounds of golf have been played in the last year. The increase in demand and revenue has allowed us to address deferred maintenance at the 2 golf courses and has allowed for the acquisition of needed maintenance equipment. This year, we updated our branding with a new logo and a new name of Anaheim Hills Golf Club. Efforts this past year have been focused on the upcoming restaurant remodel, with construction expected to begin this summer. The Human and Neighborhood Services budget is $8.5 million. The reduction in other operating reflects grant funding for senior mobility transportation and the Mobile Family Resource Center program, which will be carried over into the general fund in fiscal year 24-25. There will be no reduction in services in these areas. In human services, we provide and facilitate resources to address needs that support the safety, stability, and healthy development of Anaheim's youth, families, and older adults. Through our 3 family resource centers, 6 teen centers, 8 older adult program hubs, and our accessibility center, we are creating connections for residents of all ages to engage, learn, and thrive. Neighborhood Services serves as a single point of contact for Anaheim residents in need of assistance, connecting with key city staff that help problem-solve neighborhood issues through regular district community meetings, neighborhood cleanup events, and the Mobile Family Resource Center program. In our older adult programs, we provide support to our seniors with opportunities to engage and socialize to help deter loneliness and isolation. We do this through partnerships with over 75 local health and community-based organizations to support the services offered through our programs. In family services, we continue to address food insecurity as a top priority and distributed over 28,000 food boxes through the Family Resource Centers and Senior Centers. The Anaheim Mobile Family Resource Center program works closely with over 30 community-based organizations to link underserved residents with much-needed resources. This program hosted 102 neighborhood events this year in 34 key neighborhoods. In neighborhood services, we provided support to 101 community meetings and events in schools and neighborhoods and completed 57 neighborhood cleanups as added engagement between the city and community stakeholders. The Project Stay Youth Development Program provided outreach and engagement opportunities for over 1,600 adolescent teens and serves 13 junior high and high schools. The library division budget is $17.1 million. This number includes the additional funding approved by City Council for the expansion of library hours across the city for 7 days a week of service. Our library outlets consist of 7 branch libraries, Heritage Services, Founders Park, Mobile Library Services, and Books on the Go at Arctic. This year, our libraries had 3.5 million patron visits, while circulating over 1 million pieces. In addition, there were over 165,000 participants attending specialized programs for all ages throughout the library. This year, we addressed an initiative for accessibility and communications, looking comprehensively at how we serve Anaheim residents with special needs or language barriers, along with residents with loss of hearing or vision. This initiative has resulted in accessible new programs like sensory storytime in Vietnamese and Arabic story times. Thanks to a California State Library grant, this summer our youth can enjoy lunch at the library. Besides providing meals and books at various locations, the library will host teen culinary courses and farm to summer sustainable gardening programs for youth while teaching healthy life skills. Now, with 7 days of service in each region of the city, the library is offering more programs, circulating more pieces, and welcoming more residents. The Parks Division budget is almost $14 million. The Parks Division provides clean, safe parks, trails, and recreational facilities. Park maintenance is an important responsibility with the upkeep of nearly 800 acres that make up our 67 parks, including 64 play areas. Our parks are important amenities for our community. In order to protect our urban forest, 171 new trees were planted in our parks, and 600 shade trees were provided to residents through the Tree Power program. This year, we issued 490 athletic field permits to sports organizations and 695 picnic shelter permits for folks to recreate in our beautiful parks. In recreation services, the budget is $11.5 million. The Recreation Division provides opportunities for personal growth through a variety of leisure activities and programs for all ages, abilities, and economic levels throughout the city in our parks, community centers, and neighborhoods. Recreational services for all are offered through preschool and youth and after-school programs, special interest classes, seasonal day camps, volunteer opportunities, aquatics, youth and adult sports leagues, cultural arts programs, and community special events. For the first year ever, the annual Christmas tree lighting was held on the steps of City Hall with an impressive tree to celebrate the holiday season for thousands of residents and visitors. This past summer, over 3,000 participants learned to swim, and over 4,000 enjoyed open swim opportunities at the 3 pools throughout the city. This year, over 30,000 youth participated in after-school programs and enrichment activities in our parks and neighborhoods. As part of the after-school program, we have partnered with the nonprofit First Tee of Orange County to provide free golf and character-building lessons to our youth. Over 100,000 people attended special community events, including the 100th Fall Festival and Halloween Parade, as well as outdoor concerts at Pearson Park Amphitheater, Ronald Reagan Park, and Maxwell Park. As we work to ensure a positive experience at our parks, park rangers made over 497,000 public contacts. Park rangers play an important role in keeping our parks safe and secure while also supporting the many community events and programs throughout the city. We continue to invest in our park system by providing new facilities and improving amenities. This year, we opened Brookhurst Teen Center, built 3 new playgrounds with community volunteers at Peter Marshall Park and Little People's Park, and replaced the play area at Betsy Ross Park. As we speak, renovations and new interactive educational amenities are being completed at the Oak Canyon Nature Center. The proposed CIP budget is $14.6 million. This funding will be used for a new skate park at Boysen Park as the first phase to the park's larger renovation project. A splash pad at Brookhurst Park will be designed with the community and will become the city's 3rd splash pad. Efforts also continue as we work to transform the Santa Ana River into the future iconic OC Riverwalk as a place for interconnectivity between people, parks, and entertainment venues. This year, $2 million in raised grant funds were received to fund the continued design of OC Riverwalk. Additionally, a $1.6 million federal earmark was received from Congressman Lou Correa for the design of the multimodal bridge across the river. Haskett Library Makerspace will begin construction and is anticipated to be completed by December. This space will provide an opportunity for the community to learn design and manufacturing skills, whether as a hobby or for future employment. Construction of the city's 68th park, Little Pine Park, will begin and will provide a new half-acre space for active and passive recreation for the local community in central Anaheim. Replacement of an old restroom facility at Rio Vista Park and installation of a new shaded picnic area will allow for more comfortable programming and public use. And lastly, 2 new playgrounds will be installed at Riverdale and Canyon Rim Parks. On behalf of the Community Services team, thank you for the opportunity today to present the great work of the Community Services Department. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Fessel, did you have questions for Department Head, and then Councilmember Rubacalva?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll address the city manager on this one. Mr. City Manager, I've touched city budgets now for about 10 years, both on the Budget Commission as well as an elected official. And in those 10 years, the Community Services Department has been an unmovable 10% of the city's general fund. And I should hope that within the next few years, when the LPMR bonds are paid, that some significant change happens. The Community Services Department actually touches our residents every day. They may or may not see Public Works, and provided the lights are on and the toilets flush, they figure that, Public Works and Public Utilities are doing a good job. But try to get into a library in the afternoon and they are completely packed. And the weekends, every one of our playgrounds is full of families recreating. And it has been a disappointment to me and others who have sat in these chairs over the last few years that for a number of reasonable reasons, we can't seem to push the needle a little bit. And I hope we will be able to do that in the not so far future. I think our residents deserve it. The Community Services Department does a great job. It's always my honor to be out on in the parks or at a various event with them, and I try my best to introduce myself to all their, for the most part, part-time staff and get to know them better. And surprisingly, many, many, many of those part-time staffs are Anaheim kids, like several of us here. And that'll be my going away ask, I think, that in the future we're able to find some way and direct, and it could be libraries or parks or anything, but community services deserves more attention. They've worked hard, and I think they deserve it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, for the comments, and messages received loud and clear. Certainly, I hear from your colleagues regularly similar sentiments. I'm particularly proud of that 10% and the amazing work of all 5 divisions despite that allocation. I will say that I am pleased that we made some improvements last budget cycle in the way of library services, senior services, and special events. But we will certainly, take those council priorities, which I hear regularly as we look to the LPMR, and make recommendations for service improvements.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you for all the work that I actually started out in community services as a board member, so near and dear to my heart, and the work that you guys do in the community is stellar. So thank you, Shawnee, under your leadership. I have a question about the Pearson Park infrastructure needs that we have there with the amphitheater lighting. Can you address any of that? Is that any of that in the budget, or is that Public Works?
So I'm going back in my memory here. So Pearson Park Theater, we actually have been upgrading, as you're aware, the electrical on the park.
Yes.
And so now we're in a phase 2 where we're updating the electrical in the theater. But we will have continued improvements. We have in the budget and the plans this year to address the pergolas and some other infrastructure at the theater.
Great. And then I know last year we added, I think, park rangers. Did we add any park rangers to the budget, or did we discuss adding park rangers?
I believe last year we increased the pay of the park ranger program because we were having significant recruiting issues, and that has improved significantly. I'm happy to report that we have a full complement of park rangers on staff right now.
Right, and you can tell, I mean, I do visit parks pretty often. As a council member, we do, at least in my area, and I know Councilmember Leon does as well, walks with the community, and many of the parks are issues that we are looking to address, so thank you for taking the lead on that. I also just wanted to highlight the work that you guys are doing with the Mobile Family Resource Center, and I know that maybe some of the funding isn't from general fund, but you work very closely with housing and community development when we need to get resources, so I just want to compliment you on your nimbleness and making sure that you're able to access other resources to fill the needs in the community. And then Project Say, I just want to also give a shout out to Project Say because that has made a significant difference in District 3 in particular, just with the youth engagement. And I see it, some of the youth that come out of that program are by far beyond where I was in high school. So I just want to give compliments to the team here for all of the work that you guys and the investment that you make in that program.
Thank you.
And then I also just want to say thank you for Little People's Park. I know that that was a kaboom project, but it did also require some additional investment from community services, so thank you for that. And then Center Greens, it's going up, so I see the progress being made and very grateful to have another park in the area. And then I just want to mention, so Manzanita Park is a major issue for many of my constituents. It is a park that has a skate park, but it is in a dead end. So if could look at that, it does create a significant amount of public safety issues for the people who live in that community. Many of the people who are using the skate park are not from this area and do, tend to conduct illegal activity. So Chief, maybe increasing patrols in that area. But it is a park priority for us. We do have a Girls and Boys Club that's located there. So with the residents, many of the residents have expressed extreme concern about the growing activity in that area. So I know you mentioned that there was another skate park going up, and that seems to be a point of contention depending on the location.
Thank you.
And that concludes my comments.
Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Mayor. 7 libraries, 67 park, soon to be 68. You're in charge of recreation, neighborhood services, 2 golf courses, concerts in the park, Cinco de Mayo celebration. Now the residents have priority registration. Anybody could register, but our residents have priority. Project Say, which is support our youth. So the kids finish school, nobody's at home, now they have a place to go, they get entertained, they have a place to do homework. So it's amazing what you do. One of the biggest asks from the residents is dog parks and pickleball court. But before I go, could you go to page 46? Okay, we could do hundreds of pages like this one. I just want to talk about 2 things. 28,000 fresh food boxes distributed. And then you go to the bottom right, 57 neighborhood cleanup. That's a lot of work. And again, we could do hundreds of pictures like this one, activities done by your department. So this is amazing. Your department is amazing. I'm very proud. But remember for the future, dog parks and pickleball courts. Thank you, Mayor.
Got it. Thank you. And if I could just not take all the compliments myself, I have a wonderful team underneath me who are here today, and it's the great work that we all do for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo my colleagues both on seeing a substantial increase in the community services budget in the coming years, as well as the continued effort and work that you all put in, Shawnee, just being out in the community. As my colleague mentioned, the Mobile Family Resource Center that I know is a huge help for a lot of people in our neighborhoods. And of course, a shout out to Project Say, because they are the future leaders. I had a couple of questions, and I apologize if I missed the explanation. On page 45, can you just briefly explain the change in the
reduction?
In the reduction? Thank you.
Correct. So we have what I call a false reduction in other operating. We have 2 programs that are grant funded. One is the Senior Mobility Transportation Program, and another is the funds from the state to support the Mobile Family Resource Center program. So those remaining funds will be carried over at the end of this fiscal year into next fiscal year. So it's more of an accounting issue that you're seeing a reduction, but they will be carried over at the beginning of the fiscal year.
Thank you. And then the other clarification I had, and I don't remember which page it was on, the Brooker splash pad. I distinctly remember that was included in last year's budget. And can you just clarify why it's in this one?
Correct. So there are many phases when we go through a construction project. So to get approval, we put all our projects in the budget with all our funding. But as we go through the process, that project will stay in the budget. As our finance director mentioned earlier, the final approval by council for that project is when the award for construction comes to council. So it stays in our budget, and then it will come to council for final approval.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then I know last year I brought up the Euclid Library and weekend hours. Is that going to be something that we've explored or potentially going to explore in this year? And the background there is that it neighbors District 2, and I know it's officially District 4.
No, that's a great question. And I just want to reiterate that this year, the City Council did go and provide additional funding for libraries. And so although not every library is open 7 days a week, we did expand library services very strategically, making sure that we have library services open 7 days in East Anaheim, in Central Anaheim, as well as in West Anaheim. So Euclid is not open, but Haskett is open on the weekends. So if it's the will of the council, we can come back with some numbers and information. But we felt of where we're at right now that that was a pretty good compromise in terms of making sure there is services somewhere in your region of the city to participate in.
I think just me personally, I would like us to explore how that looks, and it doesn't have to be open all day, Saturday, Sunday, some sort of creative idea or solution, because I know there's a lot of neighborhoods around that area where there's a lot of kids where they may not necessarily be able to get all the way to Haskett. So just something that if hopefully we can just look into to at least provide some sort of opportunity for our residents. I'd greatly appreciate that. And I think that is all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Well, first I'm going to say that maybe Public Works touches everybody every day too, as does utilities.
I'll give you that.
Shout out to them. But, and, you know, just thinking about the library, and you mentioned the library vending machine at Arctic. Is that something that we should explore for some of our community centers that are open extra hours with kids' books and things like that for people to have? I mean, that might be a cost-effective way to provide books and resources to children in different areas or closer to their home.
Yeah, that's something we could look into, especially in some of our community centers that maybe aren't near a library. Some of them are pretty
Some of them are
close,
right next to it, so
but,
yeah,
it's something we can investigate.
Okay, and then the other thing I mentioned early on about the strategic plan and just making sure we keep our eye on that and moving forward. And some of these larger capital projects, like senior centers, are, as you mentioned, capital projects are multi-year events and take a long time to actually implement. And I would like to start exploring that. Where should those things be? Do we want one on the west end, one in the central, one in the east? What are opportunities? Sometimes properties become available or something, or you can work it into a project that you're already working on. And so I just want to make that kind of front of mind, and some of those other strategic initiatives that are capital projects that we won't have the money for until a few years down the road, but we need to do the planning process, at least keep it in our mind.
So I heard you loud and clear last year, and we actually developed some reports with information. But I also just want to reiterate that that was one of our items that we put in the strategic plan. And so we will be working on a process identifying service deficient areas and putting together a plan of where we do need senior centers or family resource centers or pools throughout the city.
Great, thank you.
Oh, Councilmember Meeks.
Did I steal your thunder?
No, but you made me very happy with your question. Thank you. That was one of mine. And planning ahead of location, infrastructure, whatever we need to start thinking about where it best be a senior centers might best be located, and so that we're not waiting until we have the money in hand, but starting to plan. Thank you. On the libraries, I guess the assurance I would want is that, well, I know all of our libraries aren't open 7 days a week. Do our residents have access, easy access to one close by? You know, how many miles do they have to go for a library? And I think that's to Councilmember Leon's idea. So thank you for checking on that. The funding you received by way of Assemblymember Valencia for MFRC Was that for last year or for next year?
So I'm happy to report that that was a 3-year funding. And so the first year, we invested in a lot of our equipment, supplies. We began our implementation, and we have at least 2 more years left.
Great. I was worried that you were going to have to pull back because I didn't see anything added on the budget, but that's great news. My last comment is on Boysen Park. So this allotment came from Tom Daly when he was an assembly member. And so that money, that grant that he got, is that's set aside then for future development in the park?
So yes, I think you're referring to the 15 million that we
Yes.
received as that earmark, and that is for the Boysen Park entire renovation. As time has gone by, those costs have escalated, and so we are beginning to phase in some items. So maybe we can't actually afford everything on the park. So this year, we want to start with the skate park, and we're going to continue to work, but that money is set aside specific for Boysen Park.
Great, thank you. And I thank your team for working with the community in sharing that information, keeping them informed, and helping, or getting the community together to help with the design of the park, and specifically the skate park. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation and for all you do. I think in my short tenure, to see the amount of work that you have taken on, whether it's the 4th of July parade, whether it was the library program that we started. I mean, I know it's been an extra lift. And I just really appreciate your nimbleness and willing to do that service to the community. I think we beat the library program to a dead horse. We beat it like a dead horse, but I just wanted to ask, I mean, kind of echoing my council colleagues, if we can look at, if we can't do 7 days a week, even 6, but then also just, if you can bring it back with a realistic estimate, because I know you and I have talked a lot about the biggest challenge being staffing and trying to find staffing that is qualified that we can then train and onboard, and maybe just see if there is a realistic plan that some of the libraries that are open, they're not open on the weekends, we can help, because I hear about that a lot. But what about my library? And so it's clearly an asset, because they act as senior centers, they act as family gathering places, they act as youth programming, and we already have them there. We just got to figure out a way to activate them so we can serve as many people as possible. The second thing I wanted to ask is, I know that Councilmember Fessel has brought this up. We've talked about this a little bit about the park and lieu fees. Where is that?
That is in the capital budget.
Okay.
So I believe I said 14.6 million this year. So we budget based upon the fees that, the funds that we have with the projects that we plan on doing.
And I thought we were doing an assessment to see whether our fees were competitive because they have not been raised in a while. Where is that assessment?
It's my understanding that that study is being done right now. And I thought I heard, please, I'm not finance director, so I thought I heard a rumor maybe in the fall that a report was going to be coming out.
Okay, we're getting closer. If there is a way we can expedite that, because I think it's been something that we've been talking, at least since I've been mayor for 1.5 years, we've been told it's going to be coming back as just for something us to look at, and I would like to help you by making sure that we're competitive in the rates that we have. I wanted to ask about some of our programming. Do we as a city, and it occurred to me when I was signing up my children for a lot of our Anaheim city programs, thank you for the early registration for Anaheim residents. Do we have scholarship programs for families that are not able to afford Oaks day camps? And what does that budget look like?
We actually have a scholarship program through the Anaheim Community Foundation. And so we receive donations from fellow employees, from outside businesses, or also through the Anaheim Community Foundation. So we have a fund in there specifically, and then we have a scholarship process. So families can fill out an application, indicate what programs they'd like to participate in, and then we'll work with them and we'll move those funds over to pay for those programs.
I know it's probably too late for some of our summer programming, but I would like to help and participate in that, and to try to help, families that can't pay for some of the costs of these programs. So if maybe you could just offline share with me some of that information, and I'm glad that we already have a robust process in place for people to apply to. I was looking around and I couldn't find it, so I'm glad that you're already on it.
Just for advertising sake, there is information in the Anaheim Magazine that you can find at your community centers, libraries, all city facilities about those scholarships.
Okay, thank you. The last thing I wanted to ask is about our golfing program. And I had just brought it up last year as a way to really figure out who is using a lot of our city facilities and how we can create that Anaheim pride by making sure that Anaheim residents have access to their parks and resources. And obviously golf courses are pay, they're not free like the rest of our parks. But I do think it's an important asset that our residents should have early access to. So I wanted to just ask if that was something that you could report back on how we could start programs. I know they have similar programs in Brea, they have similar programs in Irvine. And I know it made the news recently that there are, with advances in computer programs, people are able to just grab up all of the tee times and then they're reselling them for different prices out there. Have we had any problems with that, or is that something that we've been able to stop at the front?
So as soon as I heard that story, I immediately went to our team to find out that is not possible in Anaheim. It's not possible the way you have to register and be in the system. There's no reselling. So I can assure you that problem does not exist here.
Okay, if we could look at expanding the Anaheim resident program so that they get priority registration, especially our families and seniors that are taking advantage of the First Tee program. Those are the kind of people we want to make sure are getting priority registration. So that's all my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't think we have any other comments, so I'll turn it to Mr. City Manager, or is we wrapping up?
Mayor, I think that concludes our first budget workshop, and I would alert the public that a week from tonight, we will have our second and final budget workshop. We will go through the other departments throughout the city, and then later that evening, we will have a public hearing for City Council consideration and adoption of the budget.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but right now we are going to be taking public comment on the workshop only. We obviously are going to have an opportunity for public comment on the agenda items. But are there any public comments on the budget workshop?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We have 4 public comment cards that were submitted to address the City Council of the workshop. If the first speaker can please step forward, Mr. Paul Hayek, and the time limit is 3 minutes per speaker.
As far as the fire department goes, the shelters need to bring in paid interns. Now, for the seniors in Fullerton, they have a discount like $5, $7. They get it through their senior center. I heard we tried it, but it didn't work. But let's try it with the vendors like the Vaughns across the street. I've already talked to the manager. She likes the idea. We walk in, we are senior, handicapped, and we can just use our IDs that we already have that say we're Anaheim residents and get that discount. The other thing is, they can also, as far as the homeless shelters go, tell those guys to get rid of their buses and move over to the public buses. Kramer is within a half a mile of La Palma and Kramer, and they've got bus stops like right at the corner, and they can buy bus passes on the bus. A senior is $1.50, a one-way is $75, A regular is $5. They can also buy, and that's 1 days, and they can also buy by the month. Now, a regular monthly, I believe, I'll have to double check my prices, is about $70. Also, for the homeless shelters, tell these operators that as they have these people come in and they have trades, hire them to help work in the shelter. Give them a breakfast, a bed, a dinner. They work in the shelter in their trade. They get a hot lunch and minimum wage. If somebody comes in, a lady comes in and says, I'm a housewife, they could either do laundry or housekeeping. The cooking could be done by those in the restaurant trades with the food handler certificate. Did you know that the local McDonald's, when you have the cashier hand you your meal, he's got to have a food handler certificate? And the other thing is for groceries, tell them to go to Second Harvest. They can get a ton of groceries. I'll have to verify for $180 a ton, and that's 133 meals.
Our next speaker, Jorge Gavino.
Madam Mayor, Council, hi everybody. I just wanted to come along and pass along my thanks to the city staff, in particular Debbie Moreno, Diane, and Marnie for their incredible effort over the year to put this budget together. I know it's a super difficult task, and I assure you it is their thanks is we don't thank them enough, right? I also want to highlight in your packets for the budget, you should find a letter of communication from the Budget Commission. I would highly encourage you all to read that, but I do look forward to speaking more about that next week. And actually, that concludes my comments. I'll talk to y'all next week, actually. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mike Robbins.
Council members. Hi, Mike Robbins, husband of Janine Robbins. I want to use some numbers here. One, my house was broken into once. My car was broken into twice. The Anaheim Police Department has 600 employees. Santa Ana has 550 employees. Anaheim has 50 square miles. Santa Ana has 25 square miles. We have twice the property crime, assault, and battery rate as Santa Ana. That's because we have also 25 million tourists. Our police department is the size that it used to be in 2008. They've added a few more officers since then recently. The sheet covers that. And I want to point out to you at the state of the city, during the state of the city, there were 18 police officers on the streets of Anaheim covering 50 square miles. Other numbers can be 3.5 minutes. That's considered good for response time in a major city. I'm looking at my notes now to see what else I want to call it, because we covered a lot of stuff. We're $41 million under budget. We can wait another 4 years to catch up with that, or certainly we can properly staff our emergency personnel this year if we just added a 0.05% fee on the 25 million tourists that come to Anaheim every year, and that's something you could put on the agenda, add to it, pay the budget, start having them. It takes a while to train the officers and put them in there. It could take years for us to have the properly staffed police department and emergency personnel. I think that's for your benefit. That's for my benefit. That's for your family's benefit. I mean, you should be concerned about your families and your friends. I am. And I would like to see those departments properly staffed, and I would like to see a positive budget as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin.
I'm just going to have to paraphrase this. Disney turned out this matter, and there's two matters that's going on in California. There's nightclubs out there called the California Girls. It's total nude, and Disney's got lots of problems with that. Disneyland gets approved. Let's see. I got to go to number one. Disney didn't turn me into a Disney adult, but it helped me to understand them. You got to separate the children from that because they got a problem. In Galatians 5, I have to paraphrase that because I couldn't find it in the Bible right quick. It was the problem with them. It's the fruits of the Spirit, love, peace, joy. And it talks about the sins of the world. And Elvis retired from that, drug, sex, and rock and roll. He retired from that, works at Walgreens. And a lot of people go, something's wrong. And Walt Disney's still alive, too. He didn't die neither. And they said he just went to the hospital and come back. That's all that Elvis did. I have the reports on that. It showed up on my cell phone. Every once in a while, my cell phone will go click with some information from Elvis and or Walt Disney and some reports. That's what we're looking at. I may not be a Disney adult. I denied and understand why. So many are. You got to go to, if you're going to go to Disney, that's up to you. You're in the world, you're not of the world, according to the Word of God. And you got to get in there and tell yourself, what are you going to do now? Are you going to be a human being, or are you just going to be some sexual person out there doing strange things that's against the Word of God? But you got your own choice to stand in the Word of God. Walk by faith and not by sight. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and his righteousness shall be added unto thee. Greater is he that is in thee than he that is in the world. Not by might, not by power, but by the Spirit, saith the Lord of hosts. You have to make your mind up what you want to believe in your faith in Christ. Like Billy Graham says, come to the cross and change. Get your heart right. Get saved. Just as I am without one plea, his blood was shed for me. You got that choice. Dear Lord, I hear you calling, come home, I call, come home. And I pray for you in the morning.
Mr. Corkin, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Spirit, for your safety and your beings, for the city council. And I go through the list on the bulletin that I have to work with. It's your choice.
Thank you, Mr. Corkin.
To accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior.
And our next speaker is Mr. Mark Herbert.
Okay.
God bless you. In the Father, Son.
Thank you. Is
Father,
Mr.
Son,
Herbert
and the
here?
Holy Spirit.
There he is.
It's your choice, not mine. Your choice. I've made my choice. You'll know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Sad, ain't it?
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGreece.com. Four suggestions before I get to my comments here on the workshop. I think we could have better participation in this workshop if, one, the public was more welcomed. That could start with an apology to Trang Dai Classy. I've referred to this in previous comments. She's still waiting for the apology. Two, the Wi-Fi password to this meeting should be posted. It is not tonight. There was no one to get the Wi-Fi password card. That's been the procedure the last couple nights, last couple meetings. Three, when I picked up my speaker card about 5 minutes ago, there was one speaker card left, and no one at the table to answer questions about, like, could we get more speaker cards? And I think if we had a later starting time on a public workshop, we could have more people who have jobs could participate. 3 p.m. in the afternoon's not the most convenient for the working people. Okay, my comments on the workshop. The budget, I know it wasn't really the topic tonight, but housing is such a big issue, affordable housing in the city. So as I was reading the May draft of the 6th cycle housing element, I came across 10 sources of funding for housing and couldn't get the details from the report. So I'd like to bring those up now so that we could exchange ideas on that when we have some public participation in the future. Number 1, I'll go quick. The Community Development Block Grant. How much have we been getting from that? How consistent is it? And what do we expect in the future? The Home Investment Partnership, same questions. Section 8 rental assistance, how much and what can we anticipate in the future? How effective has it been? Section 202/811 program. That's a HUD program that funds nonprofits to help in the assisted living. Number 6, low-income housing tax credit. How much have we been getting? How much do we expect? The California Community Reinvestment Corporation, the permanent local housing allocation, tax-exempt multifamily revenue bond financing, and state housing community development multifamily housing program. Those were 10 programs mentioned in the housing element. The city did not give any details, figures, or past history. A timeline from the past going forward would be helpful in drawing up a budget this time, as our housing problem has been growing. Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers on the workshop. Noting for the record, we did not receive any public comments electronically on the workshop.
Thank you, Clerk. So without objection, I'm going to conclude the workshop, move on to our regularly scheduled council meeting. So the next item on our agenda is going to be the invocation that will be offered tonight by preacher Jimmy Gaston from State College Boulevard Church of Christ. Following that, I request Councilmember Meeks to lead us in the flag salute. Preacher Gaston, you may begin when ready, sir.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you tonight. I'd ask everyone to bow in prayer. Dear God, we request the honor of your presence here today, recognizing that you are all supreme and we should be submissive to you. We thank you for our mayor and our city council members who have lots of business to conduct here tonight, lots of recognitions and presentations to make. Thank you, Father, for our city staff and their work in planning and performing what brings benefit to us all. Do ask your blessings on those who serve in emergency services, fire department, police department, for both leadership and support staff who help to keep us safe. We ask your blessings on these council members with wisdom, good sense, compassion, and concern for all in the decisions that they make. And may we all unite together for the common good, realizing that you and your will are totally good. We honor you as we bow before you most of all. Amen.
Thank you, Preacher. Councilmember Meeks, please begin when ready.
Thank you. I just want to note that this week we celebrate Flag Day, and in the city we had an event on Sunday where the entire council participated in honoring our flag and the community, sharing that with them. But the flag of the United States not only symbolizes our values and rights that we cherish, it's a beacon of hope, freedom, liberty, and democracy that we all need to remember. Throughout our nation's history, we have faced many challenges. The flag is a reminder that under that flag, we are all Americans, and we are united, and we will overcome these obstacles. So join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our great nation. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to begin with 3 presentations tonight. Thank you. We want to start off tonight by recognizing Luna Rodriguez, who represented Anaheim at the Youth American Grand Prix's 25th Gala in New York. So the Youth American Grand Prix is the world's largest student ballet scholarship competition and global dance network. And we are excited that Luna attends our Anaheim Ballet School here in Anaheim and earned a top 12 spot in the classical dance category. So congratulations to Luna and everyone at the Anaheim Ballet for proudly representing our city in New York. If you could please come and share a few words.
Thank you. I'm very honored to be recognizing in Anaheim. I want to thank my directors, Larry and Sarma, and my parents and my sister for accompanying me. And I'm very honored for this recognition. Thank you.
Larry, you want to come on up? Come up. Larry, come on up. So second, we wanted to recognize Hepatha Lutheran Church in celebrating its 30th anniversary. They honored this milestone anniversary by introducing 2 new Sunday services, a traditional service in the sanctuary at 8:30, as well as a 10:15 contemporary service, which is now also live streamed. Congratulations to Pastor Andrews and the entire congregation, and thank you so much for everything you do in the Anaheim community. Congratulations. Please share.
Thank you so much for the privilege and opportunity to be here. I want to say a special word of thanks to our mayor, certainly to each and every one of the council members, and a special thanks to Natalie Meeks, who is in my particular district. It has been a wonderful joy and privilege and honor to be able to serve the Anaheim community for the last 50 years. Personally, we have a school as well as a church ministry. We have an early childhood education. We have an elementary school, and we're blessed to have a church ministry as well. And you have, over the many, many years, brought firefighters, police officers, and wonderful representatives of our community. We are thankful for the opportunity to partner with you and look forward to many more wonderful years. Thank you and have a good evening.
It's too funny.
It's too funny.
So last, but certainly not least, I wanted to recognize the Anaheim Public Utilities High School scholarship recipients. So our city supports the education efforts of Anaheim's youth through a variety of programs. And one of these programs is hosted by our own Anaheim Public Utilities and includes scholarship opportunities for high school seniors interested in pursuing degrees in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The Anaheim Public Utilities not only offers scholarships to be used towards college expenses, but also an opportunity for paid internships over the summer to gain valuable work experience. So I would like to invite Melinda Avelino Walker from our Anaheim Public Utilities and Marco Lucero, representing Housing and Community Development, to tell us a little bit more about their scholarship program.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We appreciate City Council's support of our many student engagement programs. In 2018, we created this program as a way for local Anaheim High School students to learn about local energy and water provider and introduce them to potential career pathways in the utility industry. Students submit essay questions about their career goals and views on sustainability. The top candidates are interviewed by members of the Public Utilities Board who select the scholarship recipients. With this year's class of 2024, this now brings us to a total of 19 students who have received scholarships. A feature of this program is a great partnership that we have with Marco and the Workforce Development Team to offer paid internships to the 4 recipients. Students, as I call your name, can you please come up? Pedro Javier is a graduate from Savannah High School and will be pursuing a chemical engineering degree from UCI. UCI will also be home to Juliana Saavedra, a Catella High School alumni, who will be pursuing a degree in biology. Next is Victoria Rodriguez Cano, a graduate from Loera High School. Victoria will be pursuing a degree in data analytics at USC. And her fellow Loera alumni, Dylan Pham, will be attending Cal State Long Beach and majoring in electric engineering. Please join me in congratulating all of this year's scholarship recipients.
Now, everyone, we will look at this camera first.
And then we'll look. 1, 2, 3.
And if we could ask you to hold your pose and look right here.
Second one right here, and 3, 2, 1, lovely smile. One more second, keep holding. Awesome, thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh, there we go. So at this time, we are going to have a presentation by the Orange County Family Justice Center. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for thank you for your support and for this opportunity to provide an update on the Orange County Family Justice Center and Foundation. As you may know, the Orange County Family Justice Center is a collaboration of agencies and nonprofits that provide resources for survivors of family violence. That includes child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, elder and dependent adult abuse. Located here in Anaheim and led by the Anaheim Police Department, we are a collaboration of agencies and nonprofits that includes Waymakers, Human Options, Adult Protective Services, Child Support Services. We provide temporary restraining orders same day in the facility for survivors who are seeking that type of protection, among many other services provided by our partner agencies. And why this is important, as you can imagine, when someone is fleeing a family violence situation, it's hard enough to leave those situations in the first place. Often it takes, statistics say it takes 8 times for someone to actually finally leave a family violence situation. And so when they finally do, having as many resources in one place as possible is really helpful for them, right? I mean, very often our survivors aren't the breadwinners in the family. Very often their survivors don't have transportation, they don't drive. Very often English isn't their first language. Very often they have significant financial stress, et cetera. Often they have children in tow as well. And so bringing the resources together in one place is critically important for survivors to have any hope of walking this path successfully. So we thank you for your support for the Family Justice Center. Annually, we serve approximately 4,500 or so clients, survivors, and we see success, every day. Some survivors are with us for a day, just seeking a restraining order, and some survivors are with us for a year or more, having their cases shepherded through a victim advocate, which we have on site. And so it's a real asset to the Anaheim community, and we thank you for your support. I don't think I said my name. I didn't, did I? No. Right into the spiel. Sorry, Tracy Theodore. I am the executive director of the Orange County Family Justice Center Foundation. Perfect segue. The foundation is one of the partner agencies at the center. And so what we know about family violence is that very often it's generational, and it repeats itself generation after generation because when a kiddo grows up in a home with violence without some type of intervention, they learn, it's a learned behavior, right? And so very often without intervention, they either repeat this type of violence when they grow up or they become victims of it. And so understanding that cycle is very important. And so the foundation was created in 2006 when the center was created to be that prevention piece. And so the foundation, as well as direct victim assistance, et cetera, but in terms of prevention and intervention, the center offers empowerment and violence prevention programs that are offered at the center, they're offered in schools, they're offered in community centers and parks here in Anaheim. And they are 10-week programs for children, teens, and parents that teach healthy relationships, how to identify family violence, the age appropriate, obviously. So for example, for the kiddos, it's what does schoolyard bullying look like? How to talk to mom and dad when you're angry, when you're sad, et cetera, and so on. And so when kids graduate into the teen program, there are more advanced topics, healthy relationships, et cetera. And then for parents, it's those same topics, but with a parenting framework. We have lots of survivors that take our programs to learn how to parent after there's been violence in the home, right? Are you, as a parent, over-parenting because of that or under-parenting because of it? There's all sorts of reactions to these types of things. So, as I said, we are a collaboration. The foundation is a 501c3. You mentioned state funding earlier, and I can tell you that we certainly have been impacted by state cuts in budgets, and so that is a reality for, I think, a lot of nonprofits in Anaheim, but the city holistically has supported the center, and we so appreciate that. And so I have 2 asks of the council tonight, and that is, 1, if you haven't ever taken a tour of the Family Justice Center, I invite you to do that. It's a really powerful place to visit, and I think walking the building, you better understand how all the various agencies and nonprofits work together to holistically try to help survivors, not just survive, but to thrive after something like this has happened. So please come for a tour. I will give you a tour and do a much better job than my explanation here tonight. And second, As our only fundraiser of the year, we are having a concert in the park in Pearson Park in 2 Saturdays, June 22nd, called Motown. It is a concert under the stars with kiddos that are in one of our empowerment programs, putting on a performance. So it is a fundraiser for the center and honors our fallen law enforcement as well. So we thank you for your support and invite you to both come to the center as well as to our Motown show. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? No?
Thank you so much for being here. And so now we are going to have a presentation by our new poet laureate, Camille Hernandez.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much. First, I'm going to thank the true stars of the evening, which are 2 of my 3 children who are sitting patiently. Really proud of you guys. I also want to thank the Anaheim Cultural and Heritage Commission for choosing me to be the Poet Laureate, and thank you to the City Council for my introduction. It's an honor to be here with you and all, and to stand today as Anaheim's Poet Laureate. I will share 2 secrets with everyone here today. And the first is that I struggled with poetry for most of my life. I wondered if this thing that I love has any importance in the world. And it took an embarrassingly long time for me to proclaim that it does. Poetry is essential not just because it is beautiful, but also because it is strategic. The role of the poet is to play and contort with language, and we struggle to do this. And that leads me to my second secret. It's about poetry and therefore the poet. We bend and break language because we know how easy it is to see language dehumanize people. The role of the poet is to strengthen the great muscle of empathy, equipping people to recognize the thin webs of interconnection that we share. And so from our sunny Anaheim hilltops to the breathtaking murals, in the immigrant barrios and the ethnic enclave of Little Arabia, to our upcoming Juneteenth festival, to our many forms of pride celebration at the public libraries that we love, and in the museums that hold us, to the Gabrielino Tongva peoples who still exist here on Hutonga, we have on this earth what makes life worth living. It is through dignifying empathy that a poet laureate's work keeps hope alive, preserves the cultures that formed us, creates new pathways of being, and remembers the people who remind us that we are important enough to deserve care. Words are the medium we poets choose, and the unbreakable human spirit is the canvas that we create on. And so I would like to end my short time on this microphone with a poem that I wrote about an hour ago. And it is currently entitled The Harvest Basket. And when harvesting oranges, don't forget the land who held you tenderly through each impossible day that you survived. Thank the tangled branches for how it taught us to intertwine our souls in this dusty rumination of living. Try to embrace the breeze who cradled the sweet symphony of blossoms in the dry air. Wrap your fingers round the rind and remember the grandmothers and grandfathers who taught you how to laugh through wrinkled skin and leathered love. Read each leaf as if it were a love letter delivered at dawn. You have permission to be disappointed in its bitterness. Sweetness is not universal, but let its absence remind you that a life filled with flavor is one that is entangled and intertwining its strengths into each other. Encapsulating every glowing memory, enchanting the recognition of ways we gather, how we peel back the storms that have kept us apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have you join us up front for a picture with council? And tell your kids, I have a secret. If the police and fire are still here, they have stickers.
up, buddy. Do you want me to have him take a step back?
Big smile, 1, 2.
Please.
One more.
Family photo.
1, 2.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. It's recognizing June 9th through the 15th as National Flag Week, recognizing June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth National Independence Day, the month of June 2024 as Immigrant Heritage Month, as well as LGBTQ Pride Month. And we do have representatives for each of the proclamations to accept. For the first, for National Flag Week, we do have Sally Fieldhouse to accept.
How come everybody's standing up? Okay, great. I have a little bit I want to share with you about Flag Day and how we originated our program here in Anaheim. We celebrate Flag Day here in Anaheim because it's crucial for the generations to comprehend the flag's symbolism and the historical context in which it was adopted. The flag represents the cornerstone of our nation's heritage. In years past, when my husband and I would attend public events, I noticed many people had no idea how to show respect to the flag during presentations. Do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I put my hand here? What do I do with my hat? They had no idea, so they just started conversations. Well, at that time, I made my mind up that I probably wasn't going to influence those adults, but maybe I could influence the kids. So thanks to the support of the Anaheim Schools administrations, we originated an essay contest through the Anaheim Schools, public, private, and parochial. From the inception of this project until COVID shut us down, we were 42,000 essays titled What the American Flag Means to Me were submitted by the students here in Anaheim. And as these numbers grew, so did our Flag Day festivities. Thank you to the mayor, the city council, members, and all Anaheim City departments, all of them, that support and advocate for this event. Since Flag Day is not a traditional holiday that is observed in many cities and states across America, it's been a challenge to bring this to the forefront, to keep it there. But together we did, and it's just been great. So of course, where would we be with all this if we didn't have sponsors? Thank you so much to our sponsors. They made it happen. And of course, we would not have the event if we did not have this wonderful committee. Would you guys please stand up? Yeah. Yeah, they are all exceptional, volunteer, and patriotic people. You're the best. So thank you, and we will see you all next year.
It's a long walk.
tighter.
Right here first.
And then I think we had one more photo request.
1, 2, 3.
And for the next recognition for Juneteenth National Independence Day, we have Bobby McDonald accepting.
Listen to it. Okay, all right. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. I get to follow Sally and the Flag Day, National Flag Week. Man, good. Mayor, City Council, honorable City Council members, thank you for this recognition for Juneteenth. Really deeply appreciated. And, you know, before I even get started, I want to thank all of you because you really do exemplify and understand diversity, equity, and inclusion. Let's look at what all you've done and what you're getting ready to do. Thank you. And I'm saying that because that ties into Juneteenth. When General Granger and 10,000 soldiers came into Texas in the Corpus Christi and rode up to Houston and read General Order number 3, he freed the slaves in Texas. And that's why on the 19th it's called Juneteenth. And it's a big famous day. And then to tie it in with Flag Day, and then also a historical day, which we had at the State of the City, which you made sure it was on the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Thank you all for that. And I won't take long. I'm just happy to get this on behalf of the Black Chamber and the Board of Directors and its advisory committee and our members and me. So thank you. And yes, I want a picture. And then one more.
For the next recognition, Immigrant Heritage Month, we do have a representative from OC Justice Fund.
Hello, good evening, City Council, Mayor Aitken. Thank you so much. We accept this recognition for Immigrant Heritage Month. My name is Fabi Hakome. I'm the Executive Director at the Orange County Justice Fund. Orange County Justice Fund is an organization that is fairly new. We were founded in 2017 as a labor of love between community organizers, professors, and private attorneys. We are one of the only bond fund, immigrant bond fund in Orange County, and one of the largest ones out of 2 pretty much in Southern California. Thank you for your continued support, and we are hopeful that we will work a little bit closer with you all in the upcoming year. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, and today I'm here with our amazing board, 2 of our executive committee members, Jacqueline Dan and Blanca Ramirez. Have everyone look
look over here first. 1, 2, 3, and then here as well.
And Mayor and City Council, for our last presentation, we do have the Executive Director for the LGBTQ OC Center.
Esteemed council members and Honorable Mayor Aiken, thank you for recognizing June as Pride Month. And thank you for lifting up core values that most people in Orange County believe in: accountability, transparency, equity, and inclusion. I'm Peg Corley. I'm the Executive Director of the LGBTQ Center OC. I'm also becoming one of your biggest fans. And in my role, I get to ask a lot of people, what does pride mean to you? And one of the most common answers I get is pride means I can be unapologetically me. There you have it. That's the gay agenda unveiled. We just want to show up as our true selves, and we want to feel safe doing so. It's really that simple. So on behalf of the tens of thousands of LGBTQ people who live, work, and play in Anaheim, thank you for your allyship, and thank you for leading the way towards a more inclusive Orange County. And happy Pride.
Thank you. So now I'll call to order the Housing Authority in joint session with our City Council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, do noting, item number 15 on our agenda is a resolution forming the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District Advisory Board. Staff has requested to remove that item from tonight's agenda, and we'll be bringing it forward to council at a later date.
So noted, item 15 is going to be continued. Clerk, can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers addressing our agenda tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There'll be 2 public opportunities to address the City Council. There will be speakers with 1 opportunity to address the City Council except for the scheduled public hearings on tonight's agenda. The first public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items but within the council's jurisdiction. The second public comment period will be opened by the mayor if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during the first public comment period, and will be open at the end of council business. The time limit to address the City Council is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which is available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called to speak by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to state that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we ask that you please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas noches a todos. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por el medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la Secretaría Municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we'd like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 6:04 with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:34 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask speakers that once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can, please line up towards the podium. And Mayor and City Council, we do not have any speakers addressing the City Council agenda items. We have those for the public hearings, and we'll call them at that time. But we'll go ahead and call forward those that are addressing the City Council on general comments. The first speaker, Mark Richard Daniels.
Good evening, everyone. As I move closer, I don't know, down the road, born in Anaheim, when it was strawberry fields and, orange groves, it was farm land. And I look at it now, and I'm 65 years old, be 66 in another month. And I've seen a lot of the change around me. I've seen the city change. I've seen the world change for the good and the bad. Then I stop and think of my own struggles, my own trials and ups and downs. And I realize as I walk up those steps out there, and I walked on those steps alone, protesting the cost of elections in June 1982. I was out there by myself. It was supposed to be a group of people showed up. So I just did it myself. The Anaheim Bulletin was there. The LA Times was there and did a little piece on it. And then I look around and I think how the structure of politics has changed in the city. And we look at the national, and for some God knows reason, we have somebody running for president who's a convicted felon. Not once, but 34 times. And somehow he's a viable candidate for the presidency. For God's sakes, why are we there? Then I look at my own city, and I think it's not the city that I grew up in. It's become a conglomerate. It's become it's not the city anymore. It used to be, these gates were not here when the city hall opened in 1980. You used to be able to go up and talk to the council members. Maybe some of you remember that. Of course, in those days, you were able to smoke in places, which is, I'm glad they don't do that anymore. But you used to go up and talk to Mayor Ben Bay, Don Roth, the different council members, and just, I felt like they were there for us. Now it's a conglomerate. And when we look at this recall election, which they should send the bill to the union there that lost it, because I think that was a mistake. If you're going to do something like that, at least do it right. So here we are now, and they spent $1 million to keep you in that seat. And it's just, I don't know, it's not my city anymore. I almost feel like I don't want to come back here anymore.
Our next speaker, Erica Nguyen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable City Council members. My name is Erica Miller Nguyen, and I'm a founding artist of Chance Theater and Vice Chair of the Anaheim Cultural and Heritage Commission. First, I would like to congratulate the Mayor, the Council, and the Anaheim Community Foundation for a wonderful State of the City event last week. The energy was palpable and inspiring, and definitely the drumline was awesome. And I'm pleased to announce that June 5th was Impact Anaheim Giving Day. 11 organizations came together to raise funds in support of Anaheim youth programs. And I'm thrilled to share that Chance Theater exceeded our goal. And a huge thank you to the Orange County Asperger Support Group for their $4,000 matching challenge, and to Mayor Pro Tem Norma Campos Kurtz and District 4 for their generous support. Due to Impact Anaheim Giving Day, as well as additional gifts from individuals, local organizations, and the California Arts Council, our 6-week workshops are completely free to all of our students. The program engages teens, including those on the spectrum, to use theater as a means for self-expression and give them a chance to speak up on important issues as they create their own original play. This year's workshop presentations will be starting July 27th. We invite you to join us, share in the amazement, the surprise, and inspiration that we experience each year as we witness the challenges, lives, and dreams of our young students. And as always, we are proud to be Anaheim's resident theater company since 1999, and we will continue to do our part in creating a more compassionate, connected, and creative community for us all. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Mayor and City Council. One always adjusts what they speak about based on what other people talk about. The first thing I did want to mention is I'm wondering how much attention you actually pay attention to the people here. Do you ever get transcripts of these city council meetings? Do you ever go back and reference the comments people make? For example, a couple weeks ago I mentioned regarding the use of amplified sound around Disneyland with these people, these mock ministers. Has there been any pursuit regarding this? I would hope to say yes, because while I'm watching here, I actually watch your faces and how often you're listening versus how often you're looking at your computers or sitting down. I wish the audience that watches online could see how many people leave these city council meetings after they get their 5 minutes of fame, their photo op. How much interest is there actually in the operation of the city? We've got Immigration Heritage Month. Back when we started thinking about immigration and the country being founded, immigrants, when they came here, took the American flag. They became Irish Americans, German Americans, etc. They didn't parade their own flag. They didn't insist on maintaining their own language. Juneteenth. How many of you have noticed how many people say they refuse to acknowledge July 4th? They refuse to acknowledge an American flag because they don't consider it theirs. But yet, they want the United States to produce reparations. Why not ask the Chinese, the Native American, every other people who want reparations? How many Americans died in the Civil War? Regarding immigration, I can point to all my immigrant ancestors, including the German ancestors who came over in 1868, remembering that this city was founded by German immigrants. That said, a couple things that I've seen people come up and speak here. We've got Mr. Coyote who's not here. I'm calling that the man who keeps talking to you about coyotes. I've taken the time to look into this. It's a county-state issue. It has nothing to do with you. How many times does he think about the rabies and these coyotes biting the homeless people and giving them rabies? Or the overpopulation due to them breeding like dogs because of the abundant food on the street? You have a lot you have to deal with, and I appreciate that. When I spoke last time and the time before, I spoke regarding police misconduct. I can happily say that I know that there is a Captain Young who's currently researching the matter, and he's already found some of the abuse.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Vern Nelson.
Good evening. This is my grandson, Nay, and congratulations to Natalie. I'd like to close this meeting in the memory of Richard Sherman, the prolific Disney songwriter who died recently at the age of 95. His catchy tunes from the 50s and 60s were useful 6 years ago during the fight for Measure L, the people of Anaheim's successful effort to make Disney pay its employees a living wage. Back in those days, the ghost of Walt used to teach me new words to Richard Sherman songs in my dreams. Bare Necessities was pretty easy to adapt, but It's a Small World worked even better. It started, it's a town of breweries, a town of bars, it's a town of embryonic superstars, and with cash in our jeans and a boost to our means, it's an interdependent town. It goes on and it gets more economically technical, but you can find it on YouTube if you search for Interdependent Town. We were reminded of Measure L at the April 16 Disneyland Forward meeting when Disney VP Rachel Aldi boasted to my friend Councilman Diaz that they pay a living wage of $19.90 an hour. A lot of us wanted to holler out, you paid that much because the people of Anaheim forced you to. Not only that, we forced them kicking and screaming to pay a living wage. Disney fought it in court 5 long years, trying to claim that the Mickey and Friends garage we built for them and gave them was not a subsidy, until last year when the Supreme Court laughed and ruled against them. So now Disney has to pay $19.90 an hour, and they still haven't paid the back wages and interest they owe to their employees for these last 5 years. Talk about Scrooge McDuck. Ancient history, I know, but people need to be reminded. But this is a new era, the age of Disneyland Forward, which began here at the April 16th meeting when you guys approved their proposal unanimously with no delay and no negotiations. And this new era calls for newer Disney songs, not the old Richard Sherman ones. And last night in a dream, the ghost of Walt Disney taught me his new words to a song from The Lion King to describe how he watched in horror the symbiotic relationship between council staff and his old corporation that night. Goes like this. Can you feel the love tonight? As Disney has its way, it's quite enough to make Burbank moguls spring for our election day. Can you feel the love tonight? Let's sell them Magic Way. Though they won't tell us just why they want it, Anaheim drivers can go out of their way. Let's celebrate that love tonight with fireworks every night, raining black powder on our yards and children, but Disney swears that that's all right, and we trust them. Can you find a home tonight? That's our problem now, I guess. Let's not make it hard on the mouse or the builders. They need to build their campaign treasure chest. Sorry, but that's the way the ghost of Walt sang it to me. And he was a good corporate citizen.
Mr. Nelson, I'm sorry, your time is up.
My grandson reminds me that I have a big concert coming up with better singers than me, so you're all invited.
Our next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Thank you.
Matthew Duncan. You can call me Mr. Coyote. I spoke with this fella who mentioned me at the last meeting. He followed me into the bathroom and told me that all the coyotes in Anaheim should be killed and skinned. And that I said, well, and that they're overpopulated. And so I asked him, well, what's the population of coyotes in Anaheim? He didn't, I don't think he knew. So I encouraged him to offer a rebuttal last week, and so he did tonight, and that's great. I mean, I'm all for having open dialogue, and I will very happily discuss the issue of our wildlife management, including coyote management, with everybody. Sometimes we can have, maybe even find common ground. Interesting when he saw me, he shook hands with me. So anyway, so I'm going to skip what I was planning to say tonight. But again, I am Mr. Coyote, and I grew up in this city, and I am proud to be from Anaheim. I've been to a lot of places, and no one has ever asked, oh, Anaheim, where's Anaheim? Everybody knows about Anaheim, and that's important to you because, as you know, this is a tourist destination. People come from all around the world. And yet the city's coyote management plan has come under criticism. in a 227-page document submitted to the California Fish and Game Commission, one of only 3 cities who has a plan that is considered barbaric. So let's talk about this. I would love to speak with all of you. I've had the pleasure of speaking with 2 of you last week, but I would like to speak with all of you about this because it's not going to go away. Your trapper, who's a nice guy, I've had very pleasant conversation with him, but he is possibly going to be in some hot water for what he's doing for his trapping practices in the city of Torrance. And I'm willing to bet those same practices are going on here in Anaheim, which is violating 465.5 G3 150-yard rule. I know he doesn't follow it. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Jimmy Hernandez.
Hello, I'm Jimmy. I hope everybody's doing good, by the way, today, and hope you have a good rest of the day as well. So I'm just trying to speak on a public matter regarding the shelters. Man, these shelters are so bad, and when I say, I mean, they're shelters, of course they're going to be pretty rough, you know, but when I tell you they're rough, I cannot exaggerate, you know, not by a fraction. They're really bad. And the staff is felony friendly. I'm okay with that. But what I'm not okay with is when they just hire anybody that can basically mouth off to you. And when you say, hey, that's not okay. You can't speak to people that way. That's wrong. And when you correct them for their wrongdoing, they say, well, then if you don't like it, you can get the fuck out. So what's the point of these shelters to try and house people and get them off the streets if they just put them back right on the streets, right? You know, at least at a job, there's HR. They don't have nothing here to help you. I mean, of course, you can make a grievance complaint, which just collects dust on top of dust. They really need to send some people in there. Of course, I can set up websites and stuff. I'm trying to make any programs that I can that do welfare checks on homeless, but I can't do it on my own if I don't have any support. You know, I do what I can. I'm only so smart as a man, and I only know so much, and I can only do so much. So again, I just ask Anaheim, you know, everybody would come together and try and help people. You know, that's the best that I would want to do for anybody. If I see a man that's struggling on the streets, right? God as my witness, I try and help the guy out, give him a water, get him some food. Same way I would do for any one of your family members if I saw them on the street, right? And I would only pray you do the same for me. But when you go to these places, it's like I said, they are friendly and open to hiring anybody, but how desperate do you got to be to hire anybody that just mouths off to the homeless people that says, oh, you know, you shouldn't be here, you know, you're homeless, you deserve to die, or, you know, people that just say god-awful things, you know, at the shelters. Man, we really need to try and step in and step up our game here, because this housing shit is just really ridiculous. And it's like I said, I can't exaggerate by a fraction. You know, I don't really like to drop the F-bomb because I know God is always watching me. So pardon my language, but it's fucking bad, really bad. So please, Anaheim, help us. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, esteemed council members. Councilman Ruvalcaba, congratulations on last Tuesday. Your hard work on the recall is commendable. I'm sure you're exhausted and in need of a break, yet you are here tonight, continuing to fight for the citizens of Anaheim. As a member of the hotel community, I want to extend a huge thank you for your efforts in keeping our resort workers safe. It's unfortunate that you've had to endure such challenges in your pursuit of justice for the Anaheim workers. The recent events have shed light why we choose not to do business with Unite Here Local 11. The staggering expenditure of over $3 million in taxpayers on special elections in the last few years by this group could have been allocated to far more beneficial areas. Just imagine how many homeless people like this gentleman just spoke about could have been housed with that sum. Councilwoman Rubalcaba, as they say at the University of California, fight on to victory. Now I pose a question to the council members. How many of you have ever stayed in a hotel? Consider this scenario. I am the manager of the hotel where you have been staying. Upon checkout, I present you with a bill for extra charges, claiming that I have evidence that through the hotel's cameras that you have had more guests than you declared upon arrival. Or imagine you requested extra towels during your stay, and I insist that the number provided initially is all you were entitled to without additional payment. Would you return to such a hotel? Perhaps not. You might opt for a different hotel next time, one that truly provides excellent service and values you as a guest. Shifting our focus to a pressing issue at hand, our city's waste hauling service it has become increasingly apparent that there are significant shortcomings in the performance of our current waste management provider, Republic. It's worth noting that Republic is currently under probation with the city for lack of providing promised service to Anaheim. As a business owner, I have no availability to choose another company to do business with. Through discussions with members of the hotel community, listening to other voices like Vern and the residents that have brought issues to the council, as well as businesses, it is clear that Republic service delivery falls short of expectations and has for years. I'm gonna have to shorten this up, but now it falls on the council to ensure that waste management services are not only efficient, but also transparent and accountable. It's puzzling why we're unable to negotiate our own trash service once that one night we can terminate and it fails to meet our standards. I'm out of time, but thank you for your.
Thank you. I don't think Rudy is in here today, but maybe we could connect you with our Public Works Director. That way you can, okay, because we want to make sure you at least have a direct line for service.
A lot of the residents don't know that they can call the city directly. A lot of the businesses don't know either.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's work together. That way we can get that information out.
Our next speaker, if they can step forward.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members and staff. My name is Raul Aquino Rojas, and I'm one of the Disney ambassadors of Disneyland Resort. And today I'm here to shine a light on graduation season. We'd like to provide an update on Disney Aspire to celebrate the many Disneyland Resort cast members who have achieved their dreams through this incredible program. For those who may not have heard of it before, Disney Aspire is the Walt Disney Company's education and investment program that empowers our cast members to take control of their future with 100% tuition covered upfront for the range of programs from high school GEDs to college degrees. At this time, 1 in 8 cast members are based at Disneyland Resort in Anaheim are enrolled in the program, and over 1,000 have graduated with college degrees since inception in 2018. I myself am one of those graduates. I was able to go back to school and get a business degree through Disney Aspire. Many of these cast members are first to graduate from colleges in their families, and approximately 700 cast members have been promoted since participating in Disney Aspire. In 2022, we were thrilled to add Cal State Fullerton and Fullerton College as our first brick and mortar facilities, as prominent institutions in our community and for our cast members. As an employer of choice, this is a life-changing benefit for our cast members who otherwise may not have had the opportunity to finish their education or earn a college degree. You can learn more about Disney Aspire by visiting disney.guildeducation.com. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker. Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com, where this meeting will be noted, and you can look at the timestamps if you'd like to further examination. Good news, the password, Wi-Fi password is now available. Bad news, it's not posted on the bulletin board. It is handed out upon request only. That's progress, I guess. Good news, the speaker cards have been replenished. The bad news is you shouldn't depend on your residents to keep an eye on these things. It's the council's responsibility. Moving on to the State of the City address. I looked at that because it seems like a lot of time was put into it, and there was even a rehearsal, so the words were chosen carefully. I found it interesting that leading off in the hour-long program was a list of sponsors for the event, and I went, sponsors, what does that mean? So I turned to my dictionary, and it said, a business enterprise that pays for a radio or television program, usually in return for advertising time. I think I'd like to update that a bit. My dictionary is about 50 years old. And I would say another definition is a business enterprise that contributes to a political candidate, usually in return for considerations. So let's look at the list of sponsors, and I'll just read them through quickly. At the top, I don't know the amount of each category, but here goes. The OC Vibe, the Anaheim Ducks, the Diamond sponsors, Disneyland Resort, Visit Anaheim, Platinum sponsors, Kaiser Permanente, Republic Services, the previous gentleman might want to look at that, SA Recycling, Blue Shield of California, Anaheim Firefighters Association. Let's see, moving on. The Anaheim Municipal Employees Association. Surprisingly, Anaheim Public Works and Anaheim Public Utilities. So I guess money from the general fund is going to support this. Angel Baseball, City National Grove of Anaheim, the Frisbee family, Jamboree Housing, Catella Gateway to Anaheim, Meritage Homes, Southern California Gas, West Coast Arborist, Lab Holdings, OC Supervisor Sarmento, and I want to jump to the end because it is Salt Development and their consultant, Tom Daly. Wow, I guess they know how to get things done.
Next speaker, Peter Hahn.
Good evening. I'm kind of new here, so I don't know exactly how to refer to you or what to say. I just came because I'm a resident about 2.5 years. Moved here from Downey. I brought my family here because I want to have a safe, clean environment where my child would be given an opportunity to meet good people.
Sir, if you want to bring down your microphone so it's closer to you.
Can you hear me now? You want me to get closer? Just kidding. I guess what I'm trying to say is I came here because of a few things, and I actually ran to become the HOA president of my little HOA, 11 houses, Imperial Heights. I'm just having a hell of a time of getting stuff together in this city because I just don't know how things work. One of the biggest problems that we've kind of been dealing with is the waste management. I've been made aware that they've been under a lot of scrutiny. I've been told that they've been given multiple warnings, et cetera, et cetera. We have been given a lot of round-robin information and told what we can do and where we can go. Some of those places that we can go aren't very nice. My process is clear. I live up on the hill. We have a lot of wildlife up there, including not-so-friendly little guys. And when you have to store your trash at your house, in your backyard, and you stock it up for 3 and 4 weeks, and you don't have an avenue to get rid of it, to replace the service that's actually providing non-service, and they will send you to collections if you don't pay your bill. But they give us no option when they don't service us. It took me 2.5 years after living here to find out that I could actually call somebody that will eventually call you back because there's 3 of them handling the entire city and the lack of service that this Republic Waste Management Company is providing. I own a business. I own several businesses. I do real estate. And if I did not do my job, and if I demanded payment for said job, I don't know. I don't think I would be in business very long. They've been on probation for the last year. I just heard that they hired a new supervisor, a liaison for our region, who happens to have a region the size of a state. He literally told me, I don't have the ability or the time if I visited one community or one part of this community every day of my life till the day I die. I would never be able to get to everybody. And they put him in a position to fail. I'm just kind of so confused. I moved to the city because it's beautiful, it's big, it's open, it's diverse. Doesn't matter if you're a liberal, conservative, black, white, gay, straight, it's all here. This is what I want my child to be a part of. But when I can't get services, when I can't get things that should be.
Mr. Hahn, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. I apologize for all the trouble you are having. Obviously, the delivery of residents of these essential city services is something that we do value and we take extremely seriously. Not knowing exactly where your community is, can I have you speak with our Public Works Director? He's in the back, Mr. Amani, so we can at least know where your neighborhood is. We can follow up and see what the problem is with that specific corner, and we can get more involved and to help your community.
Well, I've actually talked to all the master associations as well as they represent several thousand homes. It seems it's not localized to my little 11 houses and my little HOA. I would like somebody to go down there and maybe give them a little helping hand, let them know how a business should be run, like this city is run extraordinarily well by wonderful people that really care about this community. I'm here talking about trash. I understand that there's some really important issues here. This one might be a little bit important to me and only me, but I really appreciate you guys listening and thank you for your help.
No, I think it affects, as you heard, our business community. It affects our residents. So let us do what we can to help.
Much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the next speaker?
Hi, my name is Rosalinda Viveros. I will say this in Spanish, and they will help me to translate. It will be very quick, but I'm very concerned about this situation, very concerned, because I have 3 incidents in less than a year. Somebody tried to break in my house like twice already, okay? And this is what happened. Solo vengo el día de hoy a hacer una pregunta. ¿Qué es lo que están haciendo para resolver el problema de los homeless? Esto se está saliendo de control. No es posible que siendo una ciudad que genera tanto dinero, personas no tengan dónde vivir, porque no es fácil pagar una renta en Anaheim. $3,000, $4,000 es lo que cuesta una renta aquí. A $20 la hora, just think about it. Tengo 2 personas viviendo en mi balcón por muchos días y tengo que sufrir con mi conciencia y con mi miedo para llamar a la policía. Nada más de decir esto estoy hasta temblando, ¿ok? Esto no es un juego. La policía llega y solo me dice que no pueden hacer nada al respecto. ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Qué están haciendo ustedes? Me gustaría escucharlo. Son personas, no podemos tratarlos como criminales. Quiero asumir simplemente que no tienen dónde vivir. Sin embargo, esto ya se está poniendo muy peligroso. Quisiera saber qué ha pasado con el proyecto del Hotel Tampico. Tengo fotos y videos donde he estado en casi 2 semanas con este nightmare, con esta pesadilla. La gente necesita ayuda. Necesitan encontrar cuál es la causa de los homeless. Vivimos en Anaheim, una ciudad que es vista por todo el mundo. Y no es posible que esta cantidad de personas estén. Tengo fácilmente 10 homeless todos los días afuera de mi casa. ¿Qué puedo hacer yo para ayudarlos? ¿Qué están haciendo ustedes? Sin embargo, tuve que pensarlo 2 veces antes de llamar a la policía y sacarle sus cosas, porque no quería que tuvieran represalias en contra de mí. Tengo 4 días exactamente que no duermo en mi casa, porque no lo puedo hacer. Me da mucho miedo estar ahí. Y no por los hombres, sino por lo que son capaces de hacer ellos cuando están en una necesidad.
Señora, perdón, pero ya se pasó el tiempo.
My name is Rosalinda. I just came here today to ask a question. What are you doing to solve the homeless problem? This is getting out of control. It's not possible that being a city that generates so much money, people do not have a place to live because it's not easy to pay rent. I have 2 people living on my balcony for many days, and I have to suffer with my conscience and the fear to call the police only to hear that they cannot do anything about it. What's happening? What are you doing about it? There are people, we cannot treat them like criminals. I want to assume that they don't have anywhere to live, but this is very, very dangerous. What is happening with the project in the Hotel Tampico? The rents are very expensive, $3,000 to $4,000, and people just make $20 an hour. The police can't do anything about it. I have pictures and videos of people climbing into my balcony, into my property, and we need to find out why are they homeless? How can we help them? Anaheim is a very important city. There are 10 homeless outside my house every day. I want to help them, but I don't know how. I have to take out their stuff, throw them out, and then I haven't been sleeping in my house for 4 days already. I'm not fearful of them, but I don't know what to do about it.
Thank you. Do we have someone here that can just maybe get her the phone number for CCRT, but then also just your address so we can see if we have some additional contact from both our city team as well as police presence?
Well, I already tried that and it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Okay, well, we can get where your information, I mean, I don't want you to say it now, where your information of where you live, but if we can just get that to our team so we can follow up and make sure that both our city people as well as just law enforcement's additionally aware about it, so that we can.
They are aware about it because I already make a police reports during the year, but I think the next option is just go to knock door by door with neighbors and just check what we can do to address this problem.
Okay.
Unbelievable crazy.
Yeah, well, so let's see if there's someone that can, if we can, thank you, just in the back so we can.
The videos and the pictures. So
Yeah, no, yes, we would like to get where your neighborhood is, and then as well as, get all that information so we can pass it along to the city.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive a public comment on item number 15 and 24 general comments. Those were distributed to each of you as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you, Clerk. So we're now going to close the public comment portion of our meeting and move to council communications. If someone has something to share, please ring in. I will start with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple of quick items. Can you pull them up? First one is, as we passed a vendor ordinance, we also thought about those vendors who are trying to earn a living, make some extra money for their families, excuse me. I want to thank our Economic Development Department, who, knowing that, worked with SBDC to establish a program, SBDC Eats. And this is a 6-week program that allowed people who wanted to learn how to start a food business. There was a woman that sold tamales. There were others that sold bread out of their home. There were others that wanted to start a bakery. In all, 60 people signed up for the course. It's intensive. It's given in both Spanish and English. At the end of the 6 weeks, 30 graduated. And I do have one beef with economic development. While they invited me to the graduation, they didn't warn me that the folks would set up tables to sell their food, and I didn't have enough money to buy all the wonderful things that were for sale. These folks, starting up a business, everything, again, as I mentioned, from tamales to some wonderful Peruvian cookies. There were Asians and Jamaican and Indian, and just food that was wonderful. They each have a mentor now that will guide them as they work their way to establishing their business. So I want to thank Economic Development, thank Ponderosa for allowing them to use that space for their classes and for the graduation. Hopefully, some of these residents will, in time, set up a business here in Anaheim. So thank you. This is a wonderful program. People are very excited, and there was wonderful food to eat. Next slide. All about food. Cerritos College Culinary Arts Program. I was not aware, but the majority of the students at Cerritos College are from Anaheim. I wouldn't have thought that. But they have a wonderful culinary arts program where the students do everything from setting up the room, decoration, setting the table, designing the menu, creating the menu, purchasing the food, cooking the food, serving the food, cleaning up after the meal. They learned all aspects of the restaurant business, and I am hopeful that some of them will land very good jobs in the wonderful restaurants we have here in Anaheim. But it is a wonderful program, and if you know of anyone who's interested in working in learning about the restaurant business, learning about cooking and how to run a restaurant, highly recommend them to take a look at the Cerritos College Culinary Arts Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'd like, if we may, to adjourn tonight in the memory of a friend of mine, an Anaheim girl. Never was an elected official, never served on a board or commission, but she was loved by her family. Only 19 years old, and she fought valiantly to cling to life right up to the last minute. And if we might recognize Nikki later this evening, I would appreciate it. Longtime friend of mine, Yesenia Rojas, whose name is certainly known to many of us here, was just appointed by the governor of Guanajuato, Mexico, as their migrant woman deputy. And her job will now be, it's a real job for her finally, will now be doing what she's been doing for probably over a decade, is helping those residents here in the West Coast that have family connections to Guanajuato, Mexico, to take care of their paperwork and to be able to visit their families and take care of any other things that the governor or the government of Guanajuato wants to help. And I'm very, very proud of Yesenia. There's probably few that work as hard for the migrant community as she does. And I'm just tickled that she was able to finally take something that she's been working so dedicated at all these years, and now finally somebody said, okay, you're doing such a good job, let's hire you. Okay, so And I think we have a few activities that we've been part of recently. And again, some of these will be also covered. I was asked to speak at the Gwynn Elementary sixth grade graduation here last week, and a wonderful bunch of young people, young ladies and gentlemen, that were going to go now to, some will go to Sycamore Junior High and some will go to South. Others, eventually they will go to Anaheim High School in Catella. And I was very, very honored to be invited by Principal Hubbard, who is now retiring, and she's been there for quite a number of years, and so it was somewhat bittersweet for her to say goodbye to her last class. And next. Oh, okay. We had downtown this last Saturday the Green Expo. And there's a couple pictures of myself and my wife Susan and my council member Leon, and a couple of the Anaheim Beautiful team there. And it was a lot of fun. We got to drive. I didn't drive a electric vehicle, but there was a number of them there that you could. There was a Tesla Cybertruck that Susan and I took a very, very close look at. Not that I would ever buy or use such a thing, but it was certainly something to take in. So thank you, by the way, Anaheim Public Utilities, who helped sponsor this. Center Street Promenade was full of, I lost count at about 50 different booths of various firms, service providers, letting people know, what was available in our community. And we had a lot of time, a lot of fun time. So thank you, Duku. And Memorial Day, a couple Mondays ago, I was invited to participate in the annual VFW Memorial Day event at the Anaheim Cemetery. I believe my District 4 and District 3 representatives were there as well, I think, and my, okay. We were almost all there, okay. And it was very sobering. I don't have any family members interred there, but it was, our founders, a lot of our founders of Orange County are interred there. It's one of our oldest cemeteries. The VFW did a wonderful, wonderful job, and I want to thank Councilmember Leon and Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Rubicalva for joining me. And I think there's one more. I am not much of an art person, but nonetheless, I was asked to participate as an art judge at the Anaheim Central Library about a week ago for Villages of California, which is a service provider. And these were art contests of school-age children, some as young as kindergartners and some as old as, I'd say 8th graders. And amazing what talent people have. I did crayons as a kid, and that's about as far as I got, but it was fun to see them all, and I want to thank Carol for inviting me and the library for being such a great host. And I think that was, one more. Oh dear, well there we all are, okay. And I'm sure we will hear from others, but there we are, the Anaheim City Council, the 29th Annual Flag Day event, and this was part of the parade, and the event was held at Pearson Park, and it's always fun to not only honor our flag, but also participate and recognize many of our service members, and I'm sure my colleagues will mention that later. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva, and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. Thank you for everybody who participated in the public comment process. And Madam Clerk, I believe I have some slides to share. So I know that this has been mentioned, but I thought it was worth highlighting one more time. So Memorial Day, this past May 27th, we did celebrate at the Anaheim Cemetery. We honored all of our fallen service members for their ultimate sacrifice to our nation and world, representing the city of Anaheim with dignity and valor. I also just wanted to take this opportunity to remember some of Anaheim's fallen heroes, which you can also find on our website. I would want to recognize Jason Kai Fan, who is in this on this slide to the left. He was a senior airman who lost his life in Kuwait on September 12th, 2020. Zacharias Jonas Elliott served in the military for 19 years, passed away on June 3rd, 2017. Chief Petty Officer Jason C. Finnan, Navy sailor, lost his life in Iraq on October 20th, 2016. Christian R. San Nicolas was killed on April 28th in Kandahar province. He was 20 years old. Marines Lance Corporal Norberto Mendez Hernandez lost his life on July 9th in 2011, serving in Afghanistan. He was 22. Sergeant Jason M. Weaver, 22, passed away March 3rd in Afghanistan. Army Staff Sergeant Mark Andrew R. Arizmenderes lost his life on July 6, 2010 in Afghanistan. He attended St. Catherine's Military Academy. That was his connection to Anaheim. Marines Lance Corporal Justin Swanson passed away on November 10th in 2009 in Afghanistan. Raymond L. Henry, Private First Class in the U.S. Army, died on April 25th, 2006 while serving in Mosul, Iraq. And not pictured in this slide, I just want to also recognize one of our Anaheim PD officers, Marine First Sergeant Edward Smith, who passed away April 5th, 2003, serving during Operation Iraqi Freedom. And then also just one more time, I would like to mention the VFW and American Legion, who does continue this wonderful tradition in Anaheim. Next slide. I just wanted to mention I had the honor of serving as a co-MC alongside professional. It's basically something that Teresa can do. He's a professional auctioneer, David Lopez. We served at the 2024 Orange County March for Babies. Their mission is to fight for the health of all moms and babies. The U.S. remains among the most dangerous developed nations for childbirth deaths, especially among women and babies of color. So it was an honor to be able to serve as an MC at this event. Next slide. I also just want to highlight our June 6th district meeting. These meetings are organized by city staff. These are not council-led meetings, but this is an opportunity to provide residents with updates in real time. We did have our city clerk there talking about the November general elections and a lot of other city services, including public utilities, our police department, fire, and Public Works, Neighborhood Services. We had many residents come to this meeting, which took place last Thursday, and had questions and engaged in the city process. So I want to thank staff for taking the time. It is a late night. It usually goes from 7 to about 8:30, so thank you for working a full day and then coming to these meetings and engaging with our residents. The next slide, I really am highlighting this slide because it's something that we're bringing to Anaheim with the help of Shawnee Larson-Cash and her department. But I did have the honor, along with our mayor, of serving as a panelist for the Girls in Government Initiative, which is a priority for former mayor and current council member Letitia Clark. And this is really bringing young girls into government and giving them access to not only policymakers, but also people who are working within government. I also just want to recognize a council baby from Garden Grove on the right, Penelope Penaloza, who was also an attendee of this event. And I am happy to also announce that Girls in Government will be an initiative that we do have in the city of Anaheim. For the past year, Community Services, Shawnee Larson-Clark and Anaheim Sporn have been working on this initiative with me, so I'm grateful to be able to launch that this fall. Next slide. State of the City was highlighted, but I also just want to recognize one of our local artists, Oliver. He is featured here. He is a wonderful painter. He also helped on the helped with the mural that we now have at Little People's Park. He is a resident of District 3, and I thought it was well deserving to make sure that we highlight the wonderful work that he's doing in our city. This slide is also featuring the 29th annual Flag Day, which we celebrated this past Sunday. I know that we've had a lot of people speak about this, and we recognize the committee that came here today, including Sally Feldhaus, who is instrumental in making sure that we continue these wonderful traditions in our city. I wanted to recognize it because I am very lucky to have a lot of these events take place in the heart of the city of Anaheim and District 3, where I do have the opportunity to serve. As you can see here, we have our council members featured to the left, and then we also have several of District 3 residents who are here as well, including a future firefighter up there on the right. I just want to highlight 2 events that we have coming up. So I am partnering with the local car club, and we are hosting a school supply drive and car show at Pearson Park on July 13th, so please save the date. I also want to thank our Parks Division for helping with this event and making sure that we have everything that we need, closing off streets to ensure that we're able to provide students with the resources that they need to be successful in school as this new school year will begin soon. One more backpack and supply drive. I'm partnering with local business, the Mondragon Family Market. This event will take place on July 19th. We are accepting donations. There are drop boxes at the Mondragon Family Market, which is located on North Street in District 3. There will also be one located at the Starbucks across the street from City Hall. That concludes, oh, one more. Oh, this one's my favorite. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I also have the great honor of serving on the Orange County Fair Board appointed by the governor. I used to formerly serve with our mayor, and I'm excited to announce that we actually have our Anaheim Police Chief, Armanderas, and our Anaheim Fire Chief. I hope you guys already know about this, but Pat Russell, they will be competing against each other in the Demolition Derby on August 1st at the Orange County Fair and Event Center at 7:30 p.m., so please mark your calendars. For our firefighters and police officers, I do know that your associations have been working to secure tickets for you guys so you can witness your chiefs in action. And that concludes my council comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Diaz. I don't know how you're going to follow that, but Councilmember Diaz and Leon. Can we have a council demolition derby in there?
I want to talk about the chief, our police chief, is doing a tremendous job along the police department. It's something called community policing, which is something to improve the relationship between the police and the community, and to also teach the community how to reduce crime, how to prevent crime. That's what it's all about. The chief personally shows in this event. He personally talked to our residents. That's amazing to me. But also, beyond the chief, you can see Don Churros. I want to say thank you to Don Churros. They provided the churros for this event for free, no cost to the city, no cost to the residents. And since they are doing that, I want to encourage everybody to visit Don Churros at the Anaheim Marketplace. In addition to that, I want to congratulate my colleague for surviving an unjust recall. I want to remind everybody that United Here had cost the city $2 million between a recall and initiative. Mayor, thank you so much for the state of the city. That was incredible. Thank you also for making that all the revenues from that event goes straight to the Anaheim Community Foundation to help our residents. None go to us, it goes to the community. Every single penny of those revenues. And finally, my condolences to the Batash family. What a tremendous loss. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This past weekend, I joined Assemblywoman Quirk Silva and community leaders to raise awareness and demand action for gun violence prevention. As we come off the heels of Wear Orange Weekend, I want to thank Gisela, a mom whose son's life was tragically cut short due to gun violence, who shared her story, for her incredible strength and courage, and for every community leader who continues to tirelessly advocate for safer communities. I also joined various elected officials in celebrating the graduating seniors of the Nicholas Academic Centers. Over 200 high school students, including some from Anaheim, are moving on to college thanks to the support of this great organization and their team. I want to thank them for the invitation, as well as all of their work in making a huge impact for students across Orange County. As was mentioned by some of my colleagues, I also had an opportunity to participate in the annual Flag Day celebration. A big thank you to our community services team, all of the organizers and volunteers, including Magnolia High School's Key Club members who were out in full force to help make it a successful event. Shout out to our Anaheim Public Utilities team as well for putting together their annual OC Green Expo. Residents got an opportunity to learn about different resources, and I actually did get a chance to test drive one of the vehicles, and for the record, I did bring it back safely without scratches in one piece. So thank you again to our Public Utilities team for putting that event together. Earlier this month, I joined Altamed's Out Loud and Healthy event that provided free HIV, STI, and hepatitis C testing, education, and information for all. It was a celebration of the LGBTQ+ community, but also a reminder of the work that is still left to do. Thank you to the Altamed team for organizing this event and everyone who took advantage of the free health services that were offered. This month, we also celebrate Juneteenth, and I look forward to joining the Orange County Heritage Council as we welcome the annual Juneteenth Festival to Anaheim this Saturday, June 15th at Pearson Park from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m., and I hope to see everyone there. I also would like to let everybody know June 22nd, hope that you will join Senator Umberg and me for our community health fair. Again, that is Saturday, June 22nd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. over at Loera High School. This is a great opportunity to take advantage of a variety of health screenings, booths that feature local health agencies, and allow you to discover valuable resources and services available to support your health and wellness goals. We'll have general health screenings, dental screenings, asthma screenings, as well as mammograms, vision and glasses, as well as a food distribution. So a big thank you to all of the community partners for giving us this opportunity. To register for this, please call 714-558-3785, or you can visit Senator Umberg's website at sd34.senate.ca.gov. I am also proud to recognize our District 2 May 2024 Business of the Month, Apollo Printing and Graphics. Apollo is recognized for their exemplary commitment to excellence in printing and graphic services. Through their attention to detail, Apollo Graphics and Printing has consistently exceeded expectations and delivers outstanding results to its valued clients. Feel free to visit Apollo Printing at 2100 West Lincoln Avenue in District 2 for all of your printing needs. Congratulations again to Heaton, his family, and the entire team of Apollo Printing for being recognized as our May 2024 Business of the Month. And last, but certainly not least, if you were driving down this weekend on Brookhurst, you most likely saw our incredible Public Works team installing banners across the Little Arabia district. This weekend, over 100 banners were installed on 54 light poles between Broadway and Ball. I am so proud to have worked with various stakeholders, including a lot of community leaders that have advocated for this area for decades, on getting these banners in West Anaheim's Little Arabia district. A big thank you to all of my colleagues for their continued support as we look at revitalizing this area. A special thank you to Mayor Aiken, Mayor Pro Tem Campos Kurtz for their continued work and service on the ad hoc committee. This is a small step, but an incredibly important one as we recognize the contributions of so many in our community. Once again, thank you, Public Works, Economic Development, everybody who helped make this happen. We look forward to more positive changes across the corridor to come. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. They look awesome. They look great. I just wanted to share a few things that have already been mentioned, but one, I just wanted to thank everybody, especially my council colleagues that were able to join me at my State of the City address on Thursday at the City National Grove of Anaheim, and especially to the City National Grove for all of their hard work. One of the things that was important to me that I just want to highlight is that each of my council colleagues participated in having community members that were attending our event for free. So if you were not part of a sponsored program, you could enter a lottery, and you get to sit with a council member from your area and get to know them a little bit better. So we had 52 community members that were in attendance that day. The event, we estimated, raised about $75,000 for the nonprofit Anaheim Community Foundation. And as we heard earlier from Community Services, and we know the work that Anaheim Community Foundation does in our community, they really help partner with us in giving back. So thank you to the Community Foundation for helping me put this event on. And I think the highlights, I would like to think the highlights were my facts and figures, but no. The Savannah High Drumline was an amazing way to kick off the show. Everybody was extremely disappointed when I walked out on stage and not Gwen Stefani. But they really just kicked off the program in an amazing way. And then to end with Don Churros for everybody in attendance. It was really wonderful to have that type of community support. If you didn't get a chance to see it, one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we did in addition to the community seats is it was live streamed and will be housed on our city event. So if you're interested in some of the comments and some of the programs that were highlighted, you can please go to anaheim.net/state of the city. I already mentioned, but just wanted to again thank the Anaheim Flag Day Committee, the community groups, the veterans, our staff, as well as the supporters that lined the street for joining us on Sunday at the 29th Annual Flag Day celebration. It is just such an important program, and I just love every time Mrs. Feldhaus comes here and just reminds us of why we do it. It's a great community event for District 3 and for really all Anaheim residents. I also joined a meet and greet to welcome Mike Waterman, who is the new CEO of Visit Anaheim. He joins us from the other Orange County, the one in Florida, but brings a real high level of professionalism. And as we move on from a lot of the problems before, just listening to his vision, listening to what he wants to do, he's going to be an amazing partner for the city, and I'm really looking forward to what Visit Anaheim is able to do. And I also was able to join our economic development team at the Disney Aspire graduation, and that's the Grand Californian Hotel. I know we had a Disney ambassador here, Raul Rojas, who was also at that program to highlight this. And I think this is an important community give back program where they allow both part-time and full-time employees to have help and to go to college. You don't have to remain a Disney employee. If you end up separating from the corporation, you do not have to pay them back. And it was so fun to talk to a lot of the graduates that are first generation college students, some of them that have gone on to then get their master's degrees and beyond, all because of this program. So thank you to the Disney Corporation for inviting me and for believing in their cast members and helping them with this free education event. Last, I just want to remind, we're about halfway through our district meetings. So if you have not been able to attend the one closest to your area, you can please feel free to come to any of our district meetings. We have District 4 coming up this Thursday at Ponderosa Park. We also have District 5 coming up next Wednesday on the 19th, as well as District 6 in East Anaheim on Thursday, June 30th. So not only will you get a chance to hear about all of the programs that our different departments are doing, but we will also have our budget there. You can learn more about how to get involved in our city, about all the amazing programs that we have. And so we look forward to, if you haven't been able to come to one, to please join us at one of those upcoming meetings. So we now are going to move on to our city manager's update.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council and public. I've got two items tonight, free summer lunch programs. I'm pleased to announce that this summer, the Community Services Department is offering free lunch programs at key library and family resource center facilities throughout the city. Through an ongoing partnership with Second Harvest Food Bank, the Kids Cafe summer meal program is being offered at the Mira Loma Park Family Resource Center in Ponderosa Branch Library. Children 18 years of age and younger can receive a nutritional meal free of charge with no eligibility requirements Monday through Friday afternoon at each location. In addition, through a Cal State Library grant, our Anaheim Public Library is once again offering the Lunch at the Library program initiative that provides meals and programming support to summer meal sites. Through this initiative, children and families attending Haskett and Ponderosa Branch Libraries will be provided with a free meal that is also offered at no cost and is provided Tuesday through Thursday afternoons at each location. Finally, our cemetery project. Public hearings for the proposed Gypsum Canyon Cemetery project are beginning next Monday at 5 p.m. with the Planning Commission's consideration of that project. The Orange County Cemetery District seeks approvals for the construction and operation of a public cemetery, and in collaboration with California Department of Veteran Affairs, Orange County's first and only veteran cemetery. The Planning Commission will make a recommendation to the City Council with Council's consideration of the project tentatively planned for July. If you would like to learn more about the proposed cemetery project, information is available at anaheim.net/cemetery. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So we're now going to recess the City Council and address the Housing Authority consent calendar. We have one item before us. Is there a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second by Councilmember Diaz. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
We will now reconvene the City Council for item 2, a joint public hearing of the Anaheim Housing Authority and City Council. Will the clerk please read?
Item number 2 is a joint public hearing of the Anaheim Housing Authority and the Anaheim City Council regarding the proposed disposition of real property pursuant to a proposed preliminary award letter, grand lease option agreement, a cooperation agreement relating to the proposed development and operation of 47 intergenerational affordable rental housing project on real property located near the southeast corner of Beach Boulevard and Lincoln Avenue.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, could we please have a staff report?
I'd ask for a report from Director. I'd ask for a report from Director Stepter, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item tonight. With me today is Sandra Viramontes, Senior Project Manager, who has been leading a lot of this work, and Deputy Director Andy Nogal. We come before you tonight to ask that the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing Authority, following this joint public hearing, by resolution, approve a preliminary award letter, a ground lease option agreement, and a cooperation agreement substantially in the form herein attached regarding the beach linking affordable rental housing project between the Anaheim Housing Authority and the Beach Lincoln Limited Partner. In 2019, the Housing Authority acquired approximately 3.59 acre site comprising of 4 separate parcels that included the Americana Motel, a car wash, a gas station, and a restaurant. On October 26, 2021, the Housing Authority Governing Board adopted a resolution declaring the property as surplus land in accordance with the Surplus Land Act. Following the adoption of the resolution, the authority released a notice of availability to over 400 entities identified on the state of California's interest list. These entities included local public entities, nonprofits, and for-profit affordable housing developers, as well as school districts within the jurisdiction where the surplus land is located. In response to the notice of availability, the authority received a total of 5 notices of interest. Priority consideration was given to those proposals that included an affordability component, ensuring compliance with state law, and which mandates at least 25% of the total units developed on surplus lands to be offered at affordable housing costs or affordable rents to lower income households. The proposal submitted by the team of Brandywine, a private housing developer, and Innovative Housing Opportunities was selected due to its commitment to provide the deepest levels of affordability and its alignment with the Beach Boulevard's specific plan. The proposal for the site includes 47 affordable intergenerational rental units, 60 for-sale townhomes, and a commercial component. To ensure adherence to the affordability requirements stipulated in the surplus land map and to meet tax credit funding deadlines, staff is prioritizing the affordable housing rental component, which is the focus of this report and herein to refer to as the projects. Efforts to revitalize Beach Boulevard remain a priority for staff. The collective vision outlined in the Beach Boulevard specific plan has informed the overall site design, architecture, and landscape to ensure that the proposed development will integrate with existing neighborhood while enhancing the aesthetics and the character of the development. The standalone 4-story contemporary affordable housing development will offer ample outdoor space for residents and seamless connectivity to nearby amenities. A pedestrian paseo will divide the building's ground floor, enhancing walkability and fostering community interactions. Residents will have access to various private and common outdoor spaces on all levels, including a multi-purpose room that opens onto a deck and outdoor gathering spaces. Residents will enjoy a thoroughly designed one-bedroom unit layout with ample in-unit storage, accessible restroom facilities, and private balconies. The project will be served by 2 elevators to ensure adequate circulation in the event one elevator is down for repairs. Additionally, the project will provide 24 surface-level parkings exceeding the parking requirements while providing a parking ratio that aligns with other recent senior affordable housing projects in our city. The development is located within a state-designated high-priority transit area, providing residents with convenient access to a state-designated high-priority transit area, providing residents with convenient access to public transit. It is adjacent to the West Anaheim Youth Center and has forthcoming commercial amenities for residents via the 39 Commons planned for the West Side area. Staff will continue to work with IHO to integrate appropriate art elements and final architectural features to ensure the project continues the authority's legacy of high-quality affordable housing development. IHO, the developer, proposes to finance the project with a combination of funding sources, including federal tax credits, a permanent loan from a private lender, and while most of the funding needed to complete the project is projected to come from these sources, there is a gap that needs to be addressed. As a result, the developer is requesting that the authority provide a loan of $6 million to be funded in whole or in part from low moderate income housing asset funds, from our home or from permanent local housing allocation funds, whichever best fits the project needs. The cooperation agreement between the city and the Housing Authority provides the mechanism to transfer federal and state restricted funds provided directly to the city to the Housing Authority for inclusion in the Housing Authority loan. Additionally, the authority proposes to enter into a 57-year ground lease for the site valued at approximately $2.6 million. The lease arrangement will allow for the authority to recoup our land acquisition costs and approximately $888,000 in site preparation costs over the term of the lease. Staff is supportive of the project as proposed and therefore requests that the governing board of the Housing Authority approve and authorize a preliminary award letter, outlining the terms and conditions of the Housing Authority's provision of assistance to the developer related to the project. The Housing Authority will not enter into an affordable housing agreement or release any funds until the developer has provided evidence that all required third-party funding is in place for this development. I will add that the developer is also asking the provision of 46 project-based vouchers as assistance. With that, staff is available to answer questions, and the developer is also present to address it, any issues that may arise.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for letting me go first, since it's in District 1. So what we have here is we notify 400 interested parties years ago to comply with the Surplus Land Act. 5 developers responded after a lot of considerations and looking at the plans. One was selected, and then that was sent to the state, and the state approved that. We also have a mandate by the state of 25% affordability. We're going to have 47 intergenerational rental affordable units. What that means is some for senior, some for young families. It's a mix. But also we're going to have 60 for sale townhomes. We're going to have a paseo, indoor, outdoor facilities, more parking that's what's requiring, so parking won't spread out to the community. Early today, I expressed that due to the high interest now, it's hard to finance a project. So I encourage my colleague to approve this project, especially the $6 million that they're asking for, because that's going to show to the lender, to the bank, that the city is committed to this. So it's going to be easy to get that loan and start building this project. I want to also respond to a letter that we received. Affordable housing is not the projects in Chicago of the 1970s. Affordable housing doesn't mean low-quality housing. Affordable housing doesn't means rehabilitation facilities. Affordable housing means good quality housing for working families. That's what it means. So I strongly support this. This is one of my goals. This is one of the reasons that I run for office. We all deserve a good place to live. We all deserve a quality place to be at. So please vote yes on this. I have a question to make it, and I know the answer, but I wanted to even make it even better. Tell us about the commercial portion of the project.
Certainly, and thank you for the opportunity to expand upon that. As proposed by the developer, the commercial space would basically, they proposed it as a food pavilion. So currently there is a gas station there, but that would be repurposed into a food pavilion space. In our continuing dialogue with the developer, we see it as an opportunity to really build on what we are soon about to embark on in Store One, which is really a space that provides an opportunity for micro businesses to come and test their proof of concepts and start to build businesses in the community. Juxtaposed with what's going to happen at 39 Commons across the street with your larger credit tenants, this provides an opportunity for more of our local vendors to come and add that special flavor in West Anaheim, similar to what we have here in the downtown area. I won't say it will be like packing house-like, but the packing house offers eclectic different types of food uses that we don't necessarily necessarily currently have in the West Side. So in combination with the developer, who is very creative, that is what we are looking to do. It will be an elevated type of local eclectic food pavilion. We have already started to, in addition to the financing that the developer will bring to the table, to reach out to some of our state and federal partners around this idea that have initially received a lot of enthusiasm. So we believe that in addition to what they will bring into the table with their finances, we will have additional support to elevate that.
Thank you.
Well,
I haven't finished, Mayor, sorry.
sorry, no.
That also brings, it's centrally located. The walkability of the project gonna be amazing. You can walk to the supermarkets, you can walk to the future Eat and Out, right? Public transportation is there. Bringing residents and homeowners to the area gonna incentivize the private sector to build more commercial. And then the free market gonna take off in this corner. This is nothing but good. Finally, Mayor, I would like to move this item forward, and I'm looking for a second. Thank you.
Mayor, if we can hold after we open the public.
Yes, and we have some more council comments. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Fessel.
So there's 24 parking spaces and 47 units. And how will those be managed? Like, who gets the parking spaces?
The developer will be responsible for managing the parking plan. We will emphasize that this is an affordable housing senior development project, so it's unlike family projects where you may have folks with multiple, the need for multiple parking spaces. Our demographic that will be served this really does tend not to own cars for many reasons. And so our data, as well as state data, indicates that that is a sufficient ratio given the population that's going to be served there.
But will they be required to have an actual parking management plan where that unit gets a parking space and that unit doesn't?
Yes, that's standard in all of our affordable housing agreement. And I'm proud to say that's why at our affordable housing developments, we don't have parking issues.
Excellent. And then will the parking be gated? I see it's accessed off the back of the property on the alley.
Presently, there is not a plan to gate the parking areas. However, we are intending to gate, for security reasons, all of the amenity space and into the site itself. But we are not intending to provide gates at the parking areas themselves at this point.
But the building will be secured and gated.
Correct.
It's a little bit of a rough neighborhood back there.
We understand that, and for that
I
reason.
lived there, right in those apartments.
Absolutely.
Back in the day.
For sure, and we are definitely considering that, and therefore we will be providing security measures such as gating and such.
Okay,
to the internal.
cameras, whatever, but yeah, that seems, I mean, if we want to have a successful complex and development and I mean, primary, people need to be safe and feel safe getting into their cars or parking their cars and getting into their house. So whatever you can do to make sure that happens, that's,
Absolutely.
I think, primary. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. District 5 District 5 has had innovative housing opportunities, IHO, build in District 5, and their work is excellent. And I'm certainly familiar with Brandywine. Brandywine has done work in Anaheim in the past, I believe, as well. So I know the quality of both companies. I know the quality of their work. This seems like a great partnership between the two of them and with the city. There have been, at least one letter of concern expressed, but knowing the quality of the product that both of these developers produce, I have no problem with this project in any way, shape, or form, and will certainly be supportive. Thank you.
So my concern is a little along the parking side as well. So I'll compare it to Sage Apartments that are off of, and I know that's not one of our developments, but it is a senior apartment complex, and it's right off of Lawera. And oftentimes, some of these senior homes have people living with them who may not be senior citizens, but family members, and that does cause parking congestion on the streets. So I am a little concerned about the amount of parking allocated. And you know, parking's my thing, because that's a quality of life issue.
I think if we, thank you for the opportunity to address that. And as we've talked before, one of the leverages that affordable housing has that often doesn't occur in other other apartment complexes is that there are strict requirements about occupancy. That is also managed by the developer and the property management that come up. These will be project-based developments, so the housing authority will be heavily involved in occupancy, eligibility. So when those types of assistance come to bear, often folks will definitely comply with residency requirements, because often it means noncompliance is the loss of their subsidy.
And the developer is Innovative Housing Opportunities?
And if
Rochelle.
should you hope to, I was going to say they're
So
here.
I know the work that Rochelle does, so I'm confident that it's going to be a good project. So I will support my council member with his development. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. I too will support. I have a couple of comments. One, looks like there's a bit of artwork in the front there. Much appreciated. But a comment regarding the parking. As I've been working with residents along Walnut and the parking problems in that area, one of the comments I've heard is that therapists, medical personnel, visitors to the retirees in Walnut Village can't park there, so they park in the neighborhood adjacent, walk over, take care of their patients. And now I get complaints from the neighborhoods because those folks are parking there. So a caution that they may not live there, but they're going to stop to take care of, provide medical attention to some of those residents. Have you thought about that?
Absolutely. We just for some background, some of these other neighborhoods that are more predominantly family neighborhoods, unfortunately, were developed back in the 50s and 60s. And we have a lot of that throughout the city, whereby they were developed with 1-to-1 ratios. So that in and of itself has really created a major problem by, obviously, you can all see with the permit parking ratios permit parking requests that have been submitted to council, and you've heard it many times. So that's a huge consideration. But with regards to this project, this will provide parking as required by code, which built into it is guest parking as well. So that will address anyone coming to visit, should someone come to visit any one of those residents there at this new project.
Thank you.
If we may just take some liberty to also address the art. For those of you who've come to our grand openings and have visited our site, I hope that you will come to have appreciated the fact that we tremendously value art. It is in all of our affordable housing in one shape or form. If you go to Rockwood, our art elements include the stained glass windows and the lighted lanterns. That is the work, that's the creative thinking of Innovative Housing Corporation, and right next door is El Verano, the senior apartments, and the art element there is, in addition to the iron girl, it's also a living garden, which is circles and just creates a very nice ambiance when you're an entry focal point when you're coming into the site. Again, working with the community, some of the creativity that the IHO team brings when it comes to deciding what type of art element is appropriate for the site that they're developing.
Thank you. So I'm now going to open the public hearing. Clerk, do we have any speakers for this hearing?
Mayor and City Council, we have one speaker, Mike Robbins. But I didn't, so we don't have, and that's the only card that I had received. Oh. Mr. Mark Herber, if you want to step forward. And the time limit is 5 minutes.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGreece.com. This proposal seems pretty good. I do have a couple questions. One centering around the finances, second around environmental questions, and I guess the third, how it fits into the May draft of the sixth cycle of the housing element currently pending. Let's start with the finances. There seems to be a $6 million gap. It wasn't clear to me how that's going to be met. I think it touches upon the 10 sources of funding, which I mentioned in my previous comment, which I found listed in the current May draft of the housing element. So I think it would be helpful to connect the two to see how this funding, where it comes from those 10 sources that I listed in the housing draft, and how that fits into the timeline of housing funding the city's experienced both in the past from the fifth cycle through the sixth cycle, so we see where we are as a whole. It's very tricky, very complicated to try to understand this without that timeline combined with the way the budget's set up. Two, they said there's a gas station currently on the property and it's going to be repurposed to a food center. Has it been, I know oftentimes when they close down a gas station, there's a lot of environmental questions because of buried gas tanks and that. Has that started yet? If not, what is the projection for when it will be completed? I know oftentimes it's several years and not quite as quickly as they first anticipated. So that leads me then to the housing element draft. Where do these proposed units fall in what the city's submitting to the state to fulfill their targets? And what happens if the remission of the environmental things takes longer? Do you still get credit for those units, even though that might be several more years before you can do it? And I have 2 minutes and 33 seconds to get through 26. To discuss this in greater depth, I have to rely on the statistics in the May draft of the housing element. And the planning director has expressed some reservations about some of the statistics in the housing element pathway with the state. So I've made a list of 26 sources of statistics that I've come across in the housing element, and I would wonder which ones are valid and which aren't, because I don't want to waste my time communicating with the council and staff if they don't have faith in the numbers I'm quoting. So I'm going to go in my remaining 1 minute and 50 seconds of these, and you can tell me later if we had a community meeting, the 30-day public review period for the housing element expires around the 16th of this month. There has not been one. The housing element update committee hasn't met for 2.5 years, and according to the city's website, this draft needs to go through that. We have to fill 2 positions on that. One, Councilmember Rubalcava is no longer on it, and Todd Ament is no longer on it. Well, in a minute, let me start the list. Are these valid? The International Code Council, the USDA Statistics Service, the OC Housing Authority, the Southern California of Governments, the American Community Service, the Housing and Community Development Department, California's Construction Cost Index as reported by the Department of General Services based upon the Building Code Index, the OC Real Estate Incorporated's OC land costs per square foot estimates. Are they valid? The Irvine Metropolitan Statistical Area and Metropolitan Division numbers, are they valid? The California Association of Realtors, the analysis of impediments, the 2010 Census Dissimilarity Index, HUD's Racially and Ethnically Concentrated Areas of Poverty Index, the California Tax Credit Committee's Education Domain Score. Well, that's 14. I'll come back later with the other 12. Thank you. If you'd like to interact, I'd be happy.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speaker cards in person. Noting for the record, we did receive 2 electronic comments that were received after the start of the meeting. Our office did make copies and provide you a copy of those, for you can have it as part of today's public hearing. Those will be also posted on the city's website for public review.
Thank you, Clerk. So at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there any further questions or comments by council? So here, seeing no further comments, we will take the action separately as a city council and a housing authority. So the first action is a resolution by the Anaheim Housing Authority. Is there a motion and a second? Okay, I think Councilmember Diaz made a motion and seconded by Councilmember Fessel. So please vote.
A resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing Authority approving a preliminary award letter, ground lease option agreement, a cooperation agreement in substantial form regarding the affordable rental housing project between the Anaheim Housing Authority and Lincoln Beach LP, approving the grant of an option to ground lease the IG parcel to Lincoln Beach LP pursuant to Health and Safety Code Sections 33433 and 34312.3, authorizing the Executive Director or her designee to negotiate the terms and finalize an affordable housing agreement and ground lease of the IG parcel for the IG project, authorizing the Executive Director to implement such agreements and the implementing affordable housing agreement and ground lease and making certain other findings in connection therewith. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays.
Okay, and the second and final action is a resolution by the City Council. Is there a motion and a second? Motion by Councilmember Diaz. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving a cooperation agreement in substantial form for the intergenerational affordable housing development by and between the City of Anaheim and the Anaheim Housing Authority. Authorize the Director of Housing and Community Development or her designee to execute the administer and the cooperation agreement. Authorize approving the authority's grant of an option to ground lease and the ground lease of the IG parcel to the Lincoln Beach LP pursuant to Healthy and Safety Code Sections 33433 and 34312.3, and the making certain findings in connection with such approvals. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So without objection, we will adjourn the Housing Authority and address the City Council agenda. Consent calendar items 3 through 14 are before this. Are there any members of council who wish to remove an item for further discussion from our council consent calendar? Councilmember Meeks.
Item 12.
Councilmember Leon.
I was going to pull 12.
Okay. Seeing no further items to be pulled, may we have a motion and a second to move the balance of the consent calendar?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The consent calendar included ordinances of adoption. Item number 13 is ordinance number 6578, an ordinance of the City of Anaheim amending a portion of ordinance number 6570 non pro tunc to correct clerical drafting errors pertaining to the amendment of certain sections of the municipal code. This is chapter 18.14, public and special purpose zones, and of Title 18 of zoning. Item number 14 is an ordinance of 6579, ordinance of the City of Anaheim, amending Chapter 17.37, Public Art of Title 817, Land Development and Resources of the Anaheim Municipal Code for purposes of promoting the installation, maintenance, and restoration of public art, and determining this ordinance is exempt from the requirements to prepare additional environmental documentation per SEQA guidelines, sections 15060C2, 15060C3, and 15061B3, because it will not result in a direct or reasonable foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. Ordinance number 6580, adoption of an ordinance of the City of Anaheim amending chapters 18.06, multifamily residential zones, 18.08, commercial zones, 18.10, industrial zones, 18.14, public and special purposes zones, 18.20 Platinum Triangle Mixed Use Overlay Zone, 18.30 Downtown Mixed Use Overlay Zone, 18.32 Mixed Use Overlay Zone, 18.36 Type of Uses, 18.44 Signs, 18.62 Administrative Reviews, 18.120 Anaheim Canyon Specific Plan Number 2015-01 Zoning and Development Standards. 18.122 Beach Boulevard Specific Plan Number 2017-1 Zoning and Development Standards of Title 18 of the Anaheim Municipal Code, Adjustment Number 14 to the Anaheim Canyon Specific Plan Number 2015-1 Zoning and Development Standards, Adjustment Number 8 to the Beach Boulevard Specific Plan Number 2017-1 Zoning and Development Standards, and finding and determining that the ordinance is not subject to the requirements to prepare additional environmental documentation per SECO guidelines, Section 15061B3, because it will not have a significant effect on the environment. And this is related to development application number 2023-0037. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays.
So we are going to move to item number 12, which was pulled by Councilmember Meeks. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, but I mean, just a couple of things on this one. One, this is great. Back in Public Works days, it was always very frustrating to be required to increase the speed limit on a street, even when you knew it wasn't right. But the state law required you to do it if that's how fast 85% of the people were driving. And so this new law reverses that and lets public works professionals have more say into the speed limits and allow then the police department to enforce that. So we can have a staff report, but then I also want to understand how we're going to roll this out, because I would probably be one of those people that I'm just used to this being the speed limit, and that's how fast I'm going, and then all of a sudden I'm going to get a ticket. So, how are we going to roll that out to people so that they can learn, the new speed limit in their neighborhoods? Thanks.
Thank you. So I'll turn it over to the city manager's office for a staff report.
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Imami, please.
Yeah, first for the staff report, I'll turn it over to our city traffic engineer, Rafael Cobian, and then I'll address some of the questions by Councilmember Meeks in terms of what we're going to do in terms of outreach, and then also Chief Armendariz will speak to some of the enforcement and how we'll address some of the rollout of that. Rafael.
Great, thank you, Rudy. Rafael Cobian, I'm your city traffic engineer, and I'm excited to be here today. Good evening, Mayor Aiken and Anaheim City Council. This item before you today is an ordinance to amend Chapter 14 of the Anaheim Municipal Code related to speed limits in the city of Anaheim. Why are we here today? In short, because it's required by law, specifically the California Vehicle Code. An engineering and traffic survey, herein called a survey, is required by law to, number one, establish speed limits, and most importantly, two, enable the police department to enforce said speed limits with speed measuring devices such as radar speed guns. The California Vehicle Code gives us some, but not all, of the parameters related to establishing speed limits. First, as mentioned before, it requires the establishment of speed limits through a survey before enforcement by radar is legal. Second, it establishes the duration which the surveys are valid. Surveys are initially valid for 5 years and may be extended if the citing officer has completed a minimum of 24 hours of certified radar operator training and if no significant changes in the roadway or traffic conditions have occurred since the last survey. The current surveys have exhausted all available extensions, and new surveys are required. I will note that local residential streets are exempt from the survey requirement and allows for the speed limit on residential streets to be set at 25 miles per hour without a survey. The California Vehicle Code establishes the laws, and the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, known as the California MUTCD, provides guidelines for conducting the survey. The California MUTCD provides guidance for agencies to consider the following major factors in performing a survey and establishing appropriate speed limits. Number one, the measurement of prevailing speeds as determined by a survey measurement of unimpeded traffic. The speeds are then used to calculate what's called the 85th percentile speed, which I'll explain later in the presentation. Number two, reported collision history. And number three, roadway conditions not readily apparent to a driver, such as driveway density and driveway visibility, proximity to schools, and high pedestrian and bicycle activity. Since the adoption of the current ordinance, a new law has been passed related to the establishment of speed limits. Assembly Bill 43 was signed into law in 2021, allowing cities more opportunities to better manage speed, specifically resisting what is called speed creep, and Councilmember Meeks referenced that. Speed creep is where the California Vehicle Code's 85th percentile speed inadvertently rewards drivers for driving at higher speeds by increasing the speed limit. After the passage of AB 43, local agencies may now, after completing a survey and finding the newly calculated speed limit would increase to a limit that is unreasonable or unsafe, to retain the current speed limit. The City of Anaheim Public Works Department Traffic Engineering Section hired an industry expert in establishing speed limits to complete the citywide surveys. The consultant was tasked with performing the survey to determine legally enforceable speed limits with safety in mind. This process was in conformance with the requirements of both the California MUTCD, the CVC, and the newly adopted AB 43 guidance in effect. Ultimately, how is a speed limit determined? From the Caltrans manual for establishing speed limits, the fundamental premise for establishing speed limits recognizes that a majority of drivers behave in a manner that is reasonable and prudent. This is where the 85th percentile speed comes in. The 85th percentile speed determined as part of the survey is the speed at which 85% of vehicles are traveling at or below. Once the 85th percentile speed is determined, the additional considerations identified earlier are taken into account, and those include roadway conditions, safety factors, the existing speed limit, and changes to roadway conditions. In reviewing and developing speed limit recommendations, the City of Anaheim and their consultant took a safety approach. Before AB 43, California law had required speed limits to be based using a decades-old 85th percentile speed process. Speed limits, however, were not set based on safety, but rather on the speed drivers feel comfortable driving at. Transportation experts today widely reject the notion that the 85th percentile speed is the safest speed. Additionally, studies have shown that there is a direct correlation between the speed of a vehicle and the severity of a collision. The faster a vehicle goes, the chances of survival in a collision decreases tremendously, especially for vulnerable road users such as pedestrian, bicyclists, seniors, and children. A pedestrian involved in a collision with a moving vehicle traveling at 20 miles per hour has a 90% chance of surviving. At 30 miles an hour, the rate drops down to 50. And at 40 miles an hour, it's only about 10%. Recognizing these statistics, the traffic engineering section, in conjunction with its consultant, prioritized safety when conducting the survey, utilizing all options available within the law and guidance to ensure speed limits are set at the safest speed possible. Surveys were prepared for 328 street segments in the City of Anaheim to determine the recommended speed limits citywide. And here's where I get excited to present this slide. We're not recommending any speed limits to increase. And in comparison, in the last ordinance, we were forced to increase speed limit at 52 street segments. That's a huge win for Anaheim in our traffic safety. In addition to that, of the 328 segments, a speed limit decrease is being recommended at 169 of our street segments. That's over half of our street segments citywide. Again, another huge win for Anaheim traffic safety. And lastly, with the passage of the new law, we were able to keep our existing speed limit at 158 of the remaining locations. So the speed limit did not go up. It stayed where it was. A complete list of the 328 street segments analyzed, the recommended speed limit, and the comparison to the existing speed limit are included in attachment 2. After this evening, next steps are a second reading of the ordinance on June 18th. After June 18th, we'll transition to implementation and education. And I'm stealing some of Rudy's thunder here. It takes 30 days for the ordinance to take effect. And during those 30 days, the city will, 1, change the speed limit signs, and number 2, will educate the community. In collaboration with the city's public information office, a 3-pronged approach will take place to make the community aware through number 1, social media, number 2, issuing a press release on the city's website, and number 3, included in the city's July newsletter. This concludes staff's presentation, and we're available to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to kick it back to Councilmember Meeks as she pulled the item to see if she has any further questions, and then Councilmember Leon.
I'm just going to recommend, because the District 5 and District 6 meetings are, I think they're the 19th and 20th, maybe include that on the agenda, just as another opportunity to start doing the outreach as soon as possible.
If I can jump in and answer your earlier question in terms of the outreach, some of our plan is to jump in and do a social media campaign. We've been really successful in working with our public outreach office and using social media. We're also going to include information in our newsletter that'll go out citywide as well. And then we'll also want to use our changeable message signs and move those around the city and use a read the sign campaign. And then also, I earlier had what I was told was not a great idea. I found some flashing beacons that I wanted to put on the signs that were solar powered, but I guess those are not allowed. But we think this changeable message signs would be a good idea to put those on. But again, the idea is to get people's attention that citywide, a lot of the streets, over half of our streets, there's over 500 signs that are going to be changed. So a lot of our speed limits are going down, most of our major corridors. So it'll take time to get people used to that, but we want people to take notice of the signs and heed to the new speed limit. And then, and we're not done there. Again, looking at it, this is a safety approach that we're taking. We're also looking at segments of streets where we're making changes to lane configurations. We're narrowing lanes. After we do that, then we can go in and do another engineering survey. And when we do that, we can lower speeds again. So every time we do a configuration change to a roadway, we could do another survey, and if warranted, we could lower speeds again with the goal of safety being first.
So it doesn't allow you to do any kind of special, like on the new stop signs, you'll put a flag on them or something like that to get people's attention, and we can't do that to any of these new
You could, but
signs?
something like 530 speed limit signs all over the city.
People would just think we were celebrating something?
Yeah.
All right.
Balloons, all kinds of different things. Yeah.
And I like the flare. I think it's a good idea. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to our Public Works team for the information. I'm not going to go through all the streets in District 2, but I do want to just point out a few because these are concerns that residents have actually shared, including Broadway from Magnolia to Gilbert. So I see there's a decrease in the speed, 5 miles per hour. So I appreciate that. Also appreciate the reduction in speeds across Brookhurst. I really appreciate that, especially as we've talked about how we make it safer for pedestrians, a more walkable area. And I know you talked about narrowing of lanes, and I know that that's something that we've considered as well, so I appreciate that. My questions, in terms of enforcement, what does that look like? Because I'm seeing, for example, I'll use Brookhurst as an example, and I know that there's other streets that are very similar, where, for example, Brookhurst from Crescent to Lincoln stays at 40 miles per hour, but then before you hit that from La Palma to Crescent, and then after from Lincoln to Orange, it's going to be 35. So how do you enforce the new 35 mile per hour speed limit on Brookhurst as an example?
Thank you for the question. So really, at the end of the day, we're wanting to get voluntary compliance, as mentioned, by education and awareness, and that's really what our ultimate goal is. As mentioned already, and I don't know if you wanted to go back on the timeline, we have a built-in system of timeline of when we're actually going to do enforcement. Even after what was mentioned, there's a ratification of 15 days, and then obviously the posting, and there's 2 weeks after it's certified, and then an additional couple of week time period. Our officers are going to use discretion, primarily providing warnings and awareness. Obviously, there may be times where we do have to give a citation on something egregious, someone driving 25 plus miles an hour as an example. So we're not saying we're not giving any citations, but really the enforcement aspect of it is going to be visual presence, the education, the awareness, and then at some point giving warning citations or warning tickets, and then eventually ultimately giving citations for those that continue to after the whole campaign and process.
And then I don't know, Rudy, if what you were talking about, the flashing signs, is that your speed is so-and-so, or are you talking about something else?
No, I was just looking for, there are little flashing beacons that are typically put on construction barriers. And I was wanting to put that flashing beacon on the post of the new speed limit signs temporarily, just to get attention that that speed limit sign had changed, but apparently there's some reasons why we can't do that.
Sounds like you want to put a strobe light in the.
It was essentially a strobe light, but it's used for construction barriers, but it was a bad idea, apparently.
For the record, we're not going to try to do that. But I am a fan of the signs that have I guess, record some of the speed. I think on Brookers, that would be something that I think would be highly beneficial, especially because obviously it's going to take time to even get to a point where we might narrow those lanes. And just right now, I mean, it's kind of free and open reign. So, I mean, if that's something that we could explore, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, so as the chief was mentioning, we do have those radar feedback signs. So those are things that we could put in those areas, as well as our changeable message signs that, again, will help with the warning of those areas. Again, but we're talking about half of our streets all over, so we're limited on the number of signs that we have. We have a one single mobile trailer that we could take out and put in areas too, so it will take some time. It won't hit every area, but areas like you talked about in Brookhurst, where as soon as we go in narrow lanes, we can do another survey, and again, that would change the speed limit again. So every time we do any sort of configuration change on a street, we can do another survey, and that could affect the speed limit again.
Got it. And then, Rafael, can I ask you, would this make it easier, Brokers, for example? I know that we've mentioned potentially adding some more, hopefully potentially some more crosswalk areas across the corridor. I was out there last weekend, and the number of people I saw jaywalk across the street, it just was a lot. So I don't know if this reduction in speed, does it make it easier to be able to do that? Is it completely unrelated and a separate issue, or what would that potentially look like?
From my perspective, it's the safest place for a pedestrian to cross is always the signalized crossings, right? It's given the pedestrian a dedicated face to be able to cross, right, and indicating the vehicles to stop. There was some recent law that passed that was enacted that it eliminated jaywalking. It essentially allowed people to make a decision for themselves, right? Before, as traffic engineers, we kind of steered everybody, hey, this is the safe place to cross, and you're supposed to cross here. So people can now legally cross. It's actually not illegal for them to cross in those areas. But from a safety perspective, it's still much safer for these people. And along the Brookhurst corridor, we have a good amount, pretty good blocks, right? They're not too far apart from each other, right? I'm thinking Orange, right? And the ones to the north and to the south, where you've got enough businesses and it's not too far to walk down. From our perspective, it's still the safest place to cross is at a traffic signal instead of a mid-block crossing where a vehicle has to, see the pedestrian and yield versus a traffic signal where we've got an indicator that tells them to stop.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head because it's not about just the legality of it, but just from a safety perspective. So I don't know, I'm just going to throw it out there if that's something we could explore, because I would not want to wait until there's accidents, knowing what we know now, and if there's anything we could do to be proactive about that. I understand that obviously the safest spot to cross would be the crosswalks, but just knowing, again, just going out there for one day for an hour or so, the amount of people that cross through, just from a proactive safety perspective, at least me as the council member, I maybe see it a little bit differently, or it's easier for me, right? Because I don't know what the processes usually are, but that's something that if we could possibly look into.
Yeah, there's multiple ways to look at it. I mean, one from the legal aspect is, it's legal to do it. They could move, they could cross anywhere. If we put another crosswalk in, is again, because it's legal, you can cross anywhere. Are they still gonna, we have people that cross right here at City Hall. You could walk, 100 feet to the signal, but they'll still cross right here at Mito Way, not to go the signal. That's very close. So we could put a crosswalk in, they still will not go to the crosswalk. But what we're considering in plans for Brookhurst is to put in those raised median islands. From that perspective, that's or at least what I feel like would be a safer alternative, because now you're providing those pedestrians that are choosing to cross anywhere they want, a safe refuge in the middle of the street. And, when they're getting there, because right now they're out in the middle of the street with no refuge at all. So maybe that's the safer alternative in the future, rather than trying to choose a crosswalk location that they still might not use.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then just a couple other quick points. A question, because I know that, and I think you were copied on this email already, a resident reached out regarding Cerritos Avenue, for example. I think by, I want to say 9th to Euclid, bordering District 4. Basically, the concerns are that, yes, the speed limit is lower, but the enforcement portion, I mean, people still go higher speed and higher limits. So I guess, Chief, the question is, for a resident that is concerned about speed in these sort of intersections, what is the best place for them to report that so that we can keep an eye on it and potentially update or do more enforcement on that?
No, that's a great question. So what our traffic unit does on a regular basis, on a weekly basis, is they maintain information as far as areas that receive the most complaints for traffic issues. In addition to that, they look at traffic accidents. And from there, again, using intelligence, that's how they deploy their resources. So every morning, the motor officers have a list of hotspot locations where to go to, which is based on calls for service or accidents. So I would encourage any residents that see issues of concern to report those to dispatch. They will get logged, even though we may or may not send an officer right then and there. The fact that it's logged, our traffic unit will be able to follow up and collect that information and deploy our motor officers based on that information.
And would it be possible to share some of that information, Chief, in terms of I mean, I'm thinking Cerritos, for example, if there's been any concerns that have been raised from residents, is there a way to look into that and see kind of if people have not been saying anything, then obviously that it helps us more when you say something, because that way we're knowledgeable, we have knowledge of what's going on. But if folks aren't reporting it, we don't know what the issue is. Do we have that data?
We can, and I'll check with our traffic unit, and maybe that's something that we can share with our community. Just, again, the more awareness we can put out there, the better. Even if we put out that this is a hotspot location where we're getting a lot of complaints of speeders, if someone reads that, they will have an understanding that this is probably an area that either they need to slow down, or B, they're going to get a ticket. So It's a hotspot location.
And then
that's a great point.
Sorry, Chief, thank you. My final question, are we going to make this, so we're going to make a big, I guess, awareness campaign. Are we going to have something on our website that we can direct residents to?
So the plan is to do the social media blast and do that, and I'm sure that will probably lead back to either our website. They'll have an interactive map to show where all the speed limits are changing, similar to the information we've provided in the staff report.
Cool. Okay. Thank you. Mike, you're being summoned. I'm just kidding. You don't have to come here. If and when that information is readily available to be able to share with the public, I think at least me, probably my colleagues would like to also share that with our residents. And if there's a specific either page on the website or whatever it is, however we're putting this information out there so that we can share that with our residents and make them more aware as well.
I think part of the goal is too, I think when we put the changeable message signs out there, is really to get everyone looking at all of our speed limit signs. I mean, yes, half of them are changing, but the goal is to read the sign. Every street you're on, even if it hasn't changed, pay attention to the speed limit sign. That's the goal.
I think we should have Director Imami be our spokesperson. I think we'd go great with our social media campaign. Oh, you're not getting... Ooh. Anyway, in all seriousness, thank you to the Public Works team for your efforts and work on this, and looking forward to continuing this conversation with our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, at your recent State of the City, one of your prime areas of concern was traffic deaths. And I think what we're doing here today hopefully will lead us in the right direction in that area. Not often do I appreciate things that come out of Sacramento. This time I will have to. Amazing. Mr. Cobian, a lot of these spots are spots that you and I have talked about, in fact, a long time ago, well before I became an elected official. The east end of Catella, the east end of La Palma, the east end of South Street, the north end of State College, most importantly, probably Sunkist and Wagner. And Wagner Wagner and Rio Vista, which is where you and I first met one another more than 10 years ago. So I want to thank Public Works for being aware of these changes, and more than that, actually taking action. And Chief, it's going to be up to you now to make sure that our residents follow the directions, and often that's harder. Putting signs up is easy. Getting the residents to drive correctly is a lot harder. Raphael, I want to personally thank you a lot. This is a culmination of, I'm sure, a lot of work that you've done or wished to have done for a long time. And again, at Sunkist and Wagner, just recently you were talking to some of our residents there, and this helps that a lot. So, Madam Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Just a couple of quick things. District 4 has its community meeting on Thursday. Too early to really, because we will not have voted on it. But could you have your officers, when they speak, talk about the need for them to call and report the speeding or the near misses, so that they understand that in doing so, they may create some changes down the road. Because I often hear, and when I ask people, and they say, well, what's the use of calling? It keeps happening. Well, yeah, it keeps happening because you haven't called. So your officers could emphasize that. And the other question I have is, so if people are calling, does that lead you to reevaluate the speed or the traffic in a street? And the reason I ask is, what I've found is that all of the maps that we now use to direct us, Wave, Google Maps, whatever we use, it's changing the pattern that of the streets that we use to get there. An example is, in the past, it used to send cars down Harbor Boulevard to Catella. And now it sends them down Walnut to Catella because it's a faster drive, less traffic, less lights. So how do we make sure that we're on top of those things?
Actually, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm really glad you brought that up. That's a really important point. When we update our speed limits, and that goes into all the algorithms of the Googles and the Waze and everything, we're hoping that's really going to help with a lot of our cut-throughs as well, because they take that into calculation when they're routing the fastest route and giving directions. So we're hoping that that is also going to help with the cut-through and running people through where we don't want them going through as their major route. So the Walnuts and other neighborhoods, not going to help with some of the other, I know, like neighborhood issues that they're not supposed to be going through, because those neighborhoods are supposed to be 25 miles an hour, and we're having issues there, but we're working through those. But we're hoping that's going to be another an unintended good consequence that we're going to get out of the speed survey as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba, and then Councilmember Diaz.
I was just going to say that this is a great safety initiative for our city. I know that some residents might say, you know, this is a money grab for the city because of the enforcement side, but I do have to say, we having a lot of community meetings, a lot of our residents do express concern about some of the areas where people are blowing through stop signs or driving too fast. Santa Ana Street's one of them. So, you know, our community police team, they actually do a really good job responding to many of our community members who have issues, and they will set up an area for enforcement. So we have seen a lot of really good initiative by Anaheim PD in District 3 based on the feedback that we're getting from residents. So I just want to thank you guys also, not to beat a dead horse, but I am glad to see the reduction in speeds. I recognize that it's not a money grab for our city, and I think that we should probably mention some of those things. Mike's there, highlight the reasons why this is being implemented from a public safety perspective and not revenue generating opportunities for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This comment is for Director Mami. Rudy, you're forcing me to sell my Ferrari now. So, kidding aside, I would like to move this item forward, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a couple comments. I just wanted to thank you, and I'm assuming you didn't give me this because you didn't want me to add an extra 20 minutes to my state of the city. But one of the things, and thank you, Councilmember Fessel, for mentioning it, is I did spend a lot of time talking about Vision Zero, because it's an aspirational program where we're trying to hopefully, get to zero bike, zero cars, zero pedestrian deaths. And I think this is important because we do design really safe streets, but we need every tool at our disposal to achieve lower traffic fatalities. I think this program in reducing street safety, in addition to narrowing roads, in addition to having protected bike lanes and more landscaped medians throughout our city, are really important. In addition to crosswalks where we know people are jaywalking or just don't have enough time to get across the street, I think this is a really positive move in the right direction. Because the nature of our city has just changed. And it's not just about slowing people down on our major arterial highways, it's about trying to allow our residents who are trying to leave those residential neighborhoods get on to those highways safely. And that's just a function of having an older community where streets have changed. And I do appreciate the comments about law enforcement. I think obviously enforcement is key, but prevention is what the goal should be. But it led me to a question when you were talking about residential streets. So on some of our streets where they used to be residential streets, I'm thinking of the homes that front Brookhurst. We have homes that are right on Lincoln Avenue. We have homes that used to be traditional residential neighborhoods, but now there are these major highways. How do we balance the residents that live on those streets with the fact that they're really not 25-mile-per-hour streets and highways anymore?
Mayor, that's a great question, right? And a lot of it comes down to, again, the laws that we have. The law is very precise and what we can call a residential street. We understand some of our streets, right? It could be Brookhurst, it could be Rio Vista, it could be Wagner. Some of our not small local residential streets, but some of our collector streets, even some of our arterials have some houses abutting to it. The definition that they use to describe and define a local residential street is very clear. And so those streets, like an example, Brookhurst, would not meet the definition of us being able to use the local residential street definition to be able to establish that 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. We understand that there's some houses, right, that may even, on Harbor Boulevard, may even have driveways off of some of these streets. But unfortunately, maybe that's one of the things that Sacramento can still do for us still, right, is give us a little bit more leverage to be able to expand that definition. But based off of today's definition of what a local residential street, streets like that would not meet that definition, unfortunately.
Oh, thank you. No, that's really interesting. I didn't know that. Because I think a lot of this stuff is not our residents. I think it is people that are driving through our city or using our city as a passway to not go on some of the major freeways during high traffic times. But our residents are really feeling the impact when they can't pull out of their own communities because of just the unsafe speeds of people that are I believe, probably not Anaheim residents. So thank you for bringing this forward. I'm, of course, shockingly, extremely supportive of this. I think we have a motion and a second. So if we're ready with no further comments, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. The ordinance is introduced.
So our next item, we are, just as a reminder, we do not have item 15 on our business calendar, so we are going to go straight to our next public hearing. Will the clerk please read?
Item number 16 is a public hearing to consider the sale of a portion of real property generally located at 777 West Convention Way in the city of Anaheim, specifically parcel 3 of parcel map number 88-251.
City Manager, may we please have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Morton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Joining me tonight is Director of Economic Development, Sergio Ramirez, and Deputy City Attorney Ryan Hodge. As was mentioned earlier by the City Manager, for your consideration tonight is the approval of a real estate sale agreement for the city's ownership interest in the Hilton parking garage. The potential buyer is HHC TRS Incorporated, the current owner of the Hilton Anaheim and the co-owner of the parking garage. As background, in 1989, the city obtained title to an airspace parcel within the Hilton self-parking garage, also referred to as Car Park 2. The parking garage is adjacent to and attached to the Hilton Anaheim Hotel. On top of the parking structure are multiple hotel room towers, a hotel amenity area, and the hotel pool. The city's ownership parcel consists of half of the third floor, the entire fourth floor and the fifth floor, and the open air rights above. The fifth floor is the top floor. The Hilton Hotel owns the land on which the parking garage sits, as well as the first and second floors and half of the third floor. From an ownership percentage perspective, the city has 51.07% ownership interest, and the Hilton Hotel has 48.93% ownership interest. The operation of the garage is governed by a set of CC&Rs, or covenants, conditions, and restrictions. The CC&Rs designate that the city is responsible for the daily managing of the self-parking operation, including all capital repairs and all associated liabilities, including catastrophic liabilities. The city utilizes the services of a third-party SP Plus to manage this self-parking operation. The owners of the Hilton Hotel approached the city and expressed an interest in purchasing the city's portion of the garage. And with this, the city commissioned an MIA appraisal and a property condition assessment. In November of 2023, the city brought this potential sale opportunity to City Council closed session and obtained authorization to formally enter into negotiations. In January of this year, the city received a formal offer for the purchase of the city's ownership interest of the parking garage. The offer before you tonight is a purchase price of $24,542,314, which is within the appraised value range. A capital repair deduction of a little over $1.5 million and the unencumbered retention of the city's ownership percentage of the current restricted reserve, which is estimated at almost $19.5 million. So from a numbers perspective, the estimated total sales proceeds to the city's general fund would be approximately $43 million. We recommend the proposed sale as it would remove any future liability associated with the parking structure and would unencumber the restricted reserve funds to be used for other purposes. The Anaheim Convention Center does not operationally utilize this garage, and no city employees would be affected by its sale. And finally, the California Department of Housing and Community Development confirmed that because the city does not own the land beneath the parking structure, this potential sale is not subject to the Surplus Land Act. Thank you for your consideration, and we are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. So we can do an initial round of council questions. Then just as a reminder, we're going to open up the public hearing for comments and then have another opportunity. So are there any council members that would like to speak on this issue? Councilmember Diaz?
Big supporter of this. The city doesn't own the land. Let's make this clear. The city only owns half of the surf floor, the fourth floor, and the fifth floor. The city owns 51.07% of the parking structure. I don't know why 40 years ago they came out with that number. This is not a surplus land act. This will remove the city liability, which, by the way, the city had never made a penny out of this parking structure, but the city still have their liability on the parking structure. This will open the doors for the Hilton to redevelop, open more rooms, and when that happens, we'll create more TOTs for the cities. That's beside the $43 million that now the city will be able to put to good use. While now, that parking structure doesn't provide the city with nothing other than liability. So I'm going to be a supporter of this step. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Thank you for confirming two things that I was worried about. Was the Surplus Land Act. Glad to know we own the air above that, and how we determine we own the air above it, I don't know. But thank you for confirming the Surplus Land Act issue, and also that no employees, no Anaheim City employees will be affected by this deal. The appraisal. You said the dollar amount was within the appraised value. Can you remind us who did the appraisal and who asked for the appraisal? Who paid for it?
The city commissioned the appraisal. We actually commissioned one of the appraisers on our bench, Mr. Steve White, who was an MAI appraiser. He appraised the property back in February of '23, and then because some time had lapsed, we asked him to update the appraisal, and he confirmed that that range was still was still effective.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd now like to open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this item?
Mayor and City Council, we do have one in-person speaker, Mark Herbert. And the time limit is 5 minutes.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I'm going to use two primary sources here for my comments: the State of the City address and the May draft of the 6th cycle housing element. I'd like to lay the groundwork for my comments by completing the list of sponsors that I started in my previous comments, because it seems to bear on this issue. So to complete the list of sponsors of the State of the City address, I'll repeat this one: Lab Holding, Orange County Supervisor Saramundo, SAIC, Cal Optimal Health, Chapman University, Disneyland Resort again, and Republic Services again those two again in different categories. Salt Development, and Tom Daly, who's listed as former assembly member and former Anaheim mayor, not listed that he's current lobbyist for SALT. Okay, so that completes the list of the sponsors. And as I said, it's interesting to look at that list and look at the considerations they get from the council. Moving on, I'd like to complete the list of, I guess I'll do that later. I'd like to go back to those sponsors, and the three that really raise a flag to me is the City of Anaheim, Public Utilities, and Public Works. Yet that event was restricted to 52 non-ticketed seats that were drawn from a raffle. Otherwise, city residents had to take off work during the day and purchase a ticket to hear their mayor give a state of address. Perhaps a better model would be what was used during the inaugural, where it was in the evening and it was in the theater next door and it was free. I think that would lend itself to public engagement more than what this, the city's state of the city address did. It was mentioned that it was important that they raise $72,000 for the Anaheim Community Foundation. If that foundation is so important, why doesn't the city directly contribute to it through those three same sources? The City of Anaheim, Public Utilities, and Public Works. Why go indirectly and raise a cloud? Okay. Again, another question from that list, which this transaction of this land document, of this property, let's see here. It seems odd that in this council meeting and the State of the City address, more time has been spent on traffic problems than housing problems. And that seems to be a big issue for most residents of this city. And the pattern goes further back because it reminded me of a community meeting in Hermosa Village in January, which was focused on traffic. And only when the residents of Hermosa Village next door, the residents next door, were faced with evictions, it kind of erupted, and it was addressed in an ad hoc manner afterwards. We don't seem to be addressing housing issues in a formal, procedural way. And I think tonight was another illustration of where housing is in relation to the city's other problems. Because the last public speaker, she had to bring her concerns about housing and the homeless in public comments, and there wasn't a section dedicated in any of these proposals.
Mr. Herbert,
dealing
your
with
time
that.
is up.
Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes in-person comments, and we did not receive any electronic comments on this public hearing.
Thank you. So I'd now like to close the public hearing. Are there any further comments or questions by council? And if not, is there a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving the real estate sale agreement with HHCHATRS, Inc., authorizing the Executive Director of Convention, Sports, and Entertainment to execute and finalize such real estate sale agreement, authorizing the Executive Director of Convention, Sports, and Entertainment to implement such real estate sale agreement, determining that the purchase and sale of the property is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines, Section 15061B3, and making certain other findings in connection therewith. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. We're going to move to item number 17, which is also a public hearing. Clerk, please read.
Mayor and City Council, item 17 is related to Development Agreement number 20100002 on a project located on Gibson Canyon, south of the Riverside Freeway and east and west of the Eastern Transportation Corridor. The request is pursuant to Resolution number 82R-565. The City Council will consider repealing ordinance number 6186 and canceling Development Agreement number 20100002 based on mutual consent.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, may we please have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Deputy City Manager White, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Ted White, Deputy City Manager, joined by Heather Allen, our Deputy Director of Planning and Building. This is an administrative item to cancel the development agreement between the city and the Irvine Company for their development pursuant to the Mountain Park Specific Plan. The Mountain Park Specific Plan covers approximately 3,000 acres in Gypsum Canyon, south of the 91 freeway on either side of the 241 toll road. Originally approved in 1991, it was last amended in 2007 to carry out the development of a residential community with a maximum of 2,500 units, associated infrastructure, amenities, and open space. In 2010, the development agreement was approved, giving the Irvine Company a 20-year vested right to develop pursuant to this specific plan. Instead, rather than develop, in 2014, the Irvine Company conveyed the property planned for residential units to the County of Orange to expand the county's regional park system for conservation and recreation purposes. Specifically, development areas 1 through 4 and 7, which are shown on the screen, were part of the donation and encumbered with a conservation easement, while development area 5 was also donated but without restrictions. In 2019, development area 5 was deeded to the county, by the county to the Orange County Cemetery District for use as a cemetery. On January 4th of this year, the Irvine Company formally requested termination of its development agreement in advance of the city's upcoming consideration of the development of the cemetery, again in the development area 5 as shown. Staff recommends the City Council repeal the ordinance and with mutual consent, cancel development agreement number 2010-02. And this concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions by council at this initial time? Councilmember Meeks?
So does that repeal the zoning on the property too?
It does not. The specific plan actually stays in place and actually is being used as one of the base documents that will be amended in order to allow for the cemetery. We'll actually be amending this specific plan. We'll be coming forward to you to actually allow for cemeteries to be developed in development area 5 of this specific plan. So the actual specific plan stays in place.
Oh, okay, thanks. Just wondering.
And before we move to comments from the applicant, is the applicant here?
Do not believe we have a representative from the Irvine Company here. Again, they've given us their written consent and acknowledged their concurrence with this action.
Okay, and has there been any ex parte communications from the council with the Irvine Company that we need to disclose? Okay, so we're going to open the public hearing, and it starts with the applicant who has 20 minutes to address the council, but seeing no applicant present, we can open the floor for public comments. Clerk, can you please call forward any speakers and announce any electronic public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. We didn't receive any electronic comments on this public hearing. We don't have any speakers in the noticed area. We just have one speaker outside the noticed area, and that's Mr. Mark Herbert, and the time limit would be 3 minutes for the speaker.
3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Mark Herbert, Anaheim, Greece.com. I'd like to continue with my list of statistics data that is used in the May draft of the housing element to find out which is valid from the city's viewpoint so that we can be more efficient in our discussion of this project and others. Number 15. Is the California Housing and Community Department's racially concentrated areas of affluence accurate? Is the Regional Opportunity Index developed by the UC Davis Center for Regional Change in Burbank valid? Are HUD opportunity indicators valid? Are California's Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessments valid? Is California Communities Environmental Health Screening Tool helpful? Is that helpful? Is the data from the Anaheim Homeless Collaborative useful? Is the Orange County Information System Everyone Counts valid? Is the Anaheim Dashboard valid? The Urban Institute College Students data from 2016, is that accurate? What is Anaheim's Code Enforcement's Windshield Survey? Wasn't clear what that was. And is it accurate and still used? Is Anaheim's Housing and Community Development 2019 survey rating housing needs accurate? How does it compare to 2023? UC Berkeley's urban displacement, gentrification, and socioeconomic data is based on the American Community Survey data. Is that valid? I'm also curious of what happens to these 2,500 units in terms of the housing element. Where were they in the fifth element? Where are they in the sixth element? Do they carry over now that this is being dropped? Because the city's still facing their draft being approved by the state. So I think that's a valid concern. Also, we need to get these questions of the calendars being posted so we can see who's meeting with who. That plan was approved in February 2024, and yet the planning director has, as I noticed, as I mentioned last time, his calendars didn't match with Joe Hops, the Disney lobbyist, his forms, missing 14. Another instance is Councilmember Diaz doesn't list on his calendar that he went to Japan, yet on someone else's calendar, he was at a meeting in Japan.
Mr. Herbert, your time is up.
Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers.
I will now close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments by council on this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. The ordinance is introduced.
Next, we have our report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
No reportable action items, Mayor.
And Clerk, we do not have any remaining speakers from the first public comment period, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
So now is the time for future agenda items. Do any of my council colleagues have requests for future agenda items? Okay, seeing none, we don't have any further business before the council. I would like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Nikki until June 18th. Thank you.